students aren't students aren't exposed to the various diverse career paths available for them, and they don't really know that they can contribute to humanitarian and global pharmacy. So on a large scale, there's a lack of pharmacists involved on these projects. So we'd like to introduce you to this, to humanitarian healthcare, and get yourselves involved into how you can take part in this and contribute to a positive impact on communities worldwide. Next slide. So this is the agenda of the day. So first we have Mark Wilkinson with us, who's on the call at the moment. He's our first speaker. Then we have Ruben, and then we have Shemsa. We'll have a lunch break as well as a prayer break. So if you need to pray, please do go and pray. And like Kieran said, if you need to take extra time, feel free to do that. Later on the day, we have 2 further speakers, and then we will be having a campaign workshop. And after that, we'll be talking about events, competitions, and getting some feedback from you guys. Okay, so our first speaker, it's my honor to introduce you to Mark Wilkinson. So he brings a wealth of experience and dedication to the forefront of humanitarian pharmacy. So his journey started with MSF. He was originally posted to Central African Republic as a project pharmacist. He's embarked on numerous humanitarian missions across the globe, so leaving a lasting impact on communities he serves. So without further ado, I'll let Mark take over.
Thank you very much. So as Ramisha said, my name is Mark Wilkinson. It's not too long since I was sat in the same seats as you at university studying, so I'm in my mid to late 30s now. But I didn't get involved in the humanitarian world until it was probably, 27, 28, maybe a bit later. So it's probably been about 6-7 years now that I've been working with Médecins Sans Frontières and a couple of other organisations. So there's still plenty of time, and there's still so much that you can do at home, in our home communities, around the UK. So you don't need to go flying out to all far-flung and wonderful places to have an impact on the globe. And it's amazing that you're running these kind of events, because this was something that I wasn't exposed to when I was at university. And we are desperate, particularly in the UK, to get more pharmacists involved in the humanitarian work, whether that's based at home or further afield. So after the session, by all means, at any point, pop questions in the chat if there's something I've mentioned that you're interested in. And I'm more than happy for people to reach out. I normally get quite a lot of people that are interested in doing this later down the line. So it might be that you just drop me a message and say, hey, for the time being, and then in a few years' time, if you want to get back in touch and ask me some cheat interview questions for MSF or something like that, then I'm more than happy to help. So I've got a short-ish presentation. It's mainly just pictures so that you're not having to look at my ugly mug for the next 45 minutes. So if I just share my screen, where are we? So can we all see that page on there? Okay, lovely. So I work for Médecins Sans Frontières, which in English stands for, or translates as Doctors Without Borders. But saying it's only doctors is certainly not the case. There's a huge number of people with different skill sets. So whether that's medical, sort of nurses, physios, pharmacists, all sorts of different things. We also have, obviously, we need accountants, we need HR managers, we need people who can do videography, people who can write articles, all campaigning on all kinds of things like that. So it's a very broad field, and what it has allowed me to do is not be a pharmacist. So my role now is more on the policy and governance side of the organisation. So over the last couple of years, I've become the UK representative to the International General Assembly. So the way we work as MSF is we're all partners within the organisation. So each country that is a member of MSF International, so we have 53 members. I represent the United Kingdom, so the views of our wider association. So anyone who's interested in MSF or who's worked with MSF pays £10 a year to join the association. And I listen to your views, I attend the board meetings, and then I take those views to our wider council, and we discuss and debate the best way to move the organisation forward. So I'm now also a member of the International Medical Standing Committee. So that's for any new policies that we're perhaps thinking about introducing. So at the moment, we're talking about certain SGBV topics, as well as a quality of care initiative. So we're going to be monitoring the quality of care, not just the number of patients that we treat. So these are all new things that I'm becoming involved in on a fairly day-to-day basis, at a pretty reasonably high level, despite having no real background in it. So if you're interested and you're sort of proactive with things, you can really kind of move up the organisation. It's not for the sake of me saying that I'm important, because I'm certainly not, but it does allow you to see a whole different side of the organisation and speak to people who've been in the humanitarian field for 20, 30, 40 years and really learn from their experience. So I'm really enjoying it. I do it on a part-time basis. So at the moment I'm working out in the Middle East, but I still have meetings pretty much every week, quite a lot of emails. I love doing things like this. So there's a whole wealth and breadth of things that you can get involved in if you are interested. So what is MSF? So to start with, we are an independent, neutral and impartial organisation. So what does that mean? So our independence means that we don't take any money or financial assistance from any government or government-associated organisations. So we would not take money from the United Nations or from the American government or an affiliated party of a government organisation. The reason for that is that it allows us to make our own choices based on need. So some other organisations might be lent on. So if we give you this money, we want you to do this. So we don't do that, which allows us the flexibility to really go where the need is and look at where patients need our help and target our assistance there. So certain, if we take a really simple example, some religious organisations. So if we took an example of a place like the Central African Republic, where there is a Muslim minority and a Catholic majority population, there's certain charities that are lent on by, for example, the Catholic Church, that will only allow medical facilities in areas that are predominantly Catholic, if you see what I mean. And then likewise for other denominations and religions. So we always try to be in the middle where the need is. Our neutrality means that we don't take sides in any conflict. So if there's a warring faction here and a warring faction there, we will try and put our health facility in the middle so that we've got access for everybody to be able to receive treatment if it's needed. And then our impartiality is on a similar line. So again, it allows us to base things on what we see. So we do something called témoignage, which is basically calling out what we see. So if we see war crimes being committed, we will call it out however we see it and wherever we see it. That obviously has to be done sensitively, and it can sometimes put the organisation at risk. So it's a bit of a balancing act, but it is something that's really important. It's at the core of our foundation. So in terms of what we do, we respond to things like pandemics. So this was Ebola. I think this image is from Sierra Leone in 2016, I believe. So we respond to instant disasters, whether they're human or man-made. So if we're thinking about man-made disasters, one thing that's becoming more and more predominant is climate change. But obviously natural disasters, things like pandemics, hurricanes, tsunamis, things like that. We also respond to vaccination campaigns. So in the DRC, for example, we ran a huge measles vaccination campaign. So just prior to the pandemic, there was about 5,000 children in DRC had died in the first 6 months of 2019. So we launched a vaccination campaign to prevent this kind of thing obviously happening in future, because certain remote parts of certain countries can't always get access to the vaccines and keep the cold chain as required. Alongside that, we run nutritional programs. So in this picture here, we can see someone using something called a MUAX. That's something we use to measure the circumference of the arm to decipher whether a child is at risk of malnutrition. Again, responding to disasters. This is a photo taken in Gaza just a couple of months ago at the start of the conflict in Khan Yunis Hospital. So our team there is trying to do an inventory to map out what we have and allow aid to be moved around the country with the little resources that we had available. And something that we're probably not so well known for is our advocacy. So this particular demonstration was in, I believe this was in Denmark. So the idea of this particular one is with patents on drugs, obviously we can't use certain, generic companies can't make formulations of the same drug, and it's kept at a raised price for certain for countries to be able to buy. So in this example, we worked alongside the National Health Authority in a few countries. So one of them being Ukraine, Uzbekistan, and we're now doing it in DRC as well. We created a new regime for tuberculosis, an experimental regime. So we ran a clinical trial over a period of years and identified that a different combination of drugs to the typical 9 to 12 month regimen for multi-drug resistant tuberculosis was actually more effective, less side effects, and for a shorter duration. And that has now become the gold standard worldwide. So our research led to a change in global policy. And in this particular picture, we were standing outside the offices of a particular drug company, and also again marched towards the government buildings within Denmark and asked for patents to be suppressed for medical aid or for aid organisations. So we were able to drastically, by advocating, by being loud, by making a lot of noise, we were able to reduce the price of the tuberculosis drugs that were new to market and be able to help people all across the globe at a much more cost-effective rate. So where do we work? We're kind of all over. This picture is a little bit out of date now, but everywhere red is where we're working. There's obviously a lot more than that these days, particularly after COVID. We're now, sadly, also working in the United Kingdom. We have a new operation whereby we're providing psychological and medical first aid to refugees and asylum seekers that have been housed by the UK government. I've seen some images of what this housing is like. It is barbaric. And based on the disdain that the current government is treating people who travelled across thousands and thousands of kilometres to find a place of safety, the way they're being treated now has led an independent charity to have to go out and replace what the government was providing in our own country, which is, I mean, a sorry state of affairs, but it just goes to show that we work everywhere. I always like to include this diagram because it kind of highlights why we work in certain contexts. So this, it's a little bit out of date now, but basically what we're seeing there is different bubbles. On the y-axis, we've got lifespan. On the x-axis, we've got income. And you can see in the top corner, we've got places that you would expect. High income generally equals higher life expectancy. So places like Switzerland, Scandinavia, Singapore, Japan, you would expect these kind of things. The size of the bubble is relative to the population. And as we move down, we can see a lot more blue bubbles. So the blue bubbles represent Africa. And if we look at the areas where I've predominantly worked over the last few years, we see Congo and the Central African Republic just squeezing in there at the bottom. So in terms of the work that I was doing there, it's obviously highlights that there's a clear need because people's income is so low that there's no money on healthcare infrastructure. So if we look at what we would perhaps think of, and I'm going to predominantly talk about Africa because that's where I've spent the majority of my career working. This is perhaps the typical image that people would think of, and certainly the kind of red-nosed day comic relief. You'd send some celebrity out to a dusty, barren village and take some photos with kids with flies all over the face. And that's very much the image we're trying to get away from. Africa is an incredibly diverse place. You can go skiing in Africa, you can go to the beach, there's huge metropolises, and there's people who still live by subsistence farming. So there is certainly places like this, and I've visited places like this, a little more cut off from the world, but that's very much changing. Majority of people have access to mobile phones in some way, shape or form these days. Or if they don't have access, someone in the village will have access. So the world is really changing, and we're trying to move away from this kind of stereotypical image. That being said, it's a lot more of it is becoming images like this. So This is a lithium mine, sorry, in Cameroon. So here we have young men, very young children in these very dangerous, very toxic conditions, often using chemicals that are incredibly poisonous to both the individual and to the environment, trying to mine things that can be used in Western world for computers, IT devices, things like that. What a majority of companies will do is that they will say, we don't mine unethically, but can almost guarantee that some part of what we're participating in this webinar today on, some of that will have come from a place like this. There'll be shell companies and corporations that clean up the chain of supply and make it seem like it's come from a perfectly ethical mine somewhere. But in reality, a lot of it is still done under these kind of conditions. And where you have conditions like this, you have high poverty, you have a lot of prostitution, women being taken advantage of, the incidence of sexual violence is higher, poverty is higher, injuries are obviously frequent. So, and there's a lot of people with toxic injuries, so whether that's lung cancers, emphysema, all these kind of things all start to build up because of the conditions people are living in. But that being said, this image is only half an hour, 60 minutes drive from where the previous image was. So this again is in, sorry, this one's in Angola. So yeah, the previous picture's Angola, I believe. So here you see an urban metropolis, kind of beautiful bay, high-rise skyscrapers, incredibly good standard of living for certain elements of the population. So it's not just this one-size-fits-all image of Africa that was perhaps previously seen. There's very much more urbanization and very, very quickly growing middle class. Of the top 10 growing economies in the world, I think nine of them are in Africa. So it's going to become a very, very much changing world. And we're going to see a lot more migration to Africa from other areas of Africa as more job opportunities and changes in climate impact this. I mean, I think in 2040 or 2050, a quarter of all the children born in the world will be born in Nigeria, which is obviously going to change the whole economics and the dynamics of the region. So it's very much a work in progress, and sort of interesting to see how that'll develop over the coming years. So our role within that, or certainly in the areas I've worked, is typically primary healthcare. So this focuses on nutrition, infections, so whether that's a chest infection, skin infection, and malaria in certain regions is obviously a big one. So we have typically what our structure will be, we'll kind of have a hospital where we can do sort of basic surgery, so often like appendixes, cesareans, and maybe occasionally bullet wounds or injuries, leg fractures, this kind of thing. And then we'll move out to a health post, and that health post will be able to treat simple infections and things like that. And then right out in the bush, we'll have what we call palu points or malaria points, where people can just go, if they feel unwell, they'll go, we'll do a malaria test. It's an instant test. If they have malaria, we give them the treatment and off they go. If they need further treatment, we'll step them back towards the health post and then, if necessary, to the hospital. We also have a lot of WASH facilities. So WASH stands for water sanitation and hygiene. So that's building latrines, it's building wells, water pumps, boreholes, this kind of thing, and allowing clean water to be accessed to the population to reduce the spread of waterborne diseases. Alongside that, we're also really expanding our mental health and SGBV services. So in certain contexts, there's areas where it's estimated that up to 70 to 80% of women by the time of 40 have been a victim of sexual violence or abuse. So our program is expanding, and every year we're seeing more and more patients come, which is a really good thing, because it's not that there's less incidence of this, it's that those people have the confidence to come and visit our services, have tests for things like HIV or syphilis, but also receive mental health support or perhaps even termination of pregnancy if it's required. So it's a pretty diverse scope of things, and certain projects will have elements of one and maybe not of the other. So if we take an example of the DRC, it's a huge place, could be arguably the wealthiest country in the world. There is mismanagement at the moment, but if we take that into context of the UK and Europe, it's hard to argue that the certain elements of corruption or abuse of power is too much different in the DRC to what elements are in the UK. It's obviously been a huge victim of colonialization, particularly with the Belgians in the the earlier 20th century. There's the Congo War, the African World War in the 60s, and the conflict's still raging to this day. So we still, even though we're trying to send refugees from the UK to Rwanda, there's reasonably good evidence, and we've not said it officially yet. We've said it through our own channels, but there's reasonable suspicion to suggest that there is Rwandan involvement in conflict in DRC. So it's a really complex region. There's no good guys, there's no bad guys. It's just a very complicated and interesting, and for the sake of time, we don't really have time to go into it, but really super interesting context that I'd really encourage people to read more about. And then one reason why you could suggest that it's hard to manage things in the DRC is it's enormous. So when you have a country that's the size, so that's the DRC superimposed over Western Europe, you can see it stretches from France to Lithuania, and then from sort of almost Bulgaria to the Belgian coast and the English Channel. It's colossal. And when a large amount of the population are subsistence farmers, which means they farm for their living, either to feed themselves or to take to market and trade, it means that there's no tax income. So even if you wanted to set up street lights from one side of the country to the other and build a road or put in telephone poles, that's a colossal distance that you have to travel through jungle, dense forest, over mountains, through parts of it almost desert-like. It's really complicated. And if you've got no taxable income coming in that's been generated, then it's hard to have for the government to have any money to be able to build anything. So it's not always quite as simple as it might seem, especially when you've got foreign governments and foreign powers utilizing the resources and extracting those resources for sub-market values. Doesn't allow the money to flow back into the country to be able to generate healthcare infrastructure or educational infrastructure. So this, I guess, is the more interesting bit for you guys, is why are pharmacists there? So our primary role is to be the link between medical and logistical. So the medical team on the front line are the nurses, doctors, healthcare workers, and the majority of our teams in DRC and the Central African Republic are national staff. They're Congolese or they're Central African. And we just have a small team of international staff that are basically there to almost divert attention so that any internal conflict can be managed by an outsider. So we're more there in a sort of secondary managerial role. The primary management of the day-to-day function is managed by the national staff, and where they're almost like us just kind of to oversee and to manage certain things. So particularly with pharmacy, the Central African Republic doesn't have any pharmacy schools. So there's no national pharmacist. A pharmacist in Central African Republic is someone who works in a pharmacy. So for me to be able to do my job, it needs someone external with those capabilities and qualifications to be able to do the import, export, and all those kind of things. So a lot of my job is mapping how many drugs we're using and then establishing whether we're using them correctly. So if we normally use 50,000 amoxicillin tablets per month, but we've used 100,000, why is that? Are we prescribing incorrectly? Is it being stolen? Is too many being used when it doesn't need to be? So I'll then visit the hospital, walk around the wards, join ward rounds, go through and go, right, I've identified 10 patients here that don't need to be on antibiotics. They haven't had a fever for 10 days. There's no clinical indication for it. We stop this, and then we do training of like, when can we stop antibiotics? When should we continue? Should they be on 3 antibiotics, or is 1 enough? So we'll do this kind of thing. Also do a lot of training. So one of the middle picture at the bottom there is me doing some training on exactly that, antimicrobial resistance, and why it's important to only treat people who need it. So we have our own guide clinique et thérapeutique, so it's just clinical and therapeutics guides, not too difficult with French there. So we'll look at, is this disease being treated in accordance with our guidelines, not the guidelines of someone's home country. So we once had an Italian surgeon visit, and he used a month's supply of cloxacillin in a weekend, because he normally in Italy uses cloxacillin post-op for a particular intervention, but we don't use it for that because the bacteria are different in Car compared to in Rome. So we have to follow things by our guidance. So and because our deliveries are so spread out, in the Central African Republic, for example, I don't receive an order from the day I place it. I probably won't receive the majority of it for between 6 to 11 months. So I have to plan what we're using and what we will need in a year's time. So are malaria cases rising? Am I going to need more of this for next year? Are we changing our programming? Am I going to need more of this for next year? And then I've got budgets to work out, so where's the priority? So we're placing orders of maybe €1 million, and it's all down to the pharmacist to work that out, work with the medical team to see what we need. And if the drug's not there, it's your fault. If the drug is there, it's the medical team being fantastic. So you're often that stumbling block. You're often the target of people's frustrations, but it's all part of the job. And from the medical side of things, you then have to liaise with the logistical team because if you go to someone who works in a supply operation and the doctors go, we need this, we need this, we need this, we need this, the supply person has no idea what any of these drugs are and no idea whether we actually need them. So it's the pharmacist's job to interpret and go, the supply person might say, the doctor's given me a list of 20 things and we need them all tomorrow. You might look at it and go, this one thing we definitely need urgently. These 5 would be really good if we can get by the end of the month. The other 10, they're not a priority. Don't worry about it. Focus on these. So a lot of the role is like that. In terms of what's going on in the movement today, unfortunately, Gaza and the conflict in the Middle East is playing a large part of that, as is the climate emergency. So we are working with government, we're working with the United Nations to try and preempt people that, and again, if you take this back to the UK, there are more and more migrants crossing the channel, and we have a prime minister who's saying he's going to stop the boats. This is nonsense. There's places that I visited where people tell me it used to be forest and grassland when they were in their sort of teens, 20s, and it's now arid. The equatorial belt is expanding, desertification is expanding, overuse of fertilizers and pesticides is expanding. People are moving because they can't eat. And when I say about Nigeria having 25% of the world's babies born every year, where are they all going to go? Nigeria is a big place, but is there going to be sufficient jobs, income, infrastructure to support these people? So of course people are going to move. And when we have in Europe a serious risk of, because we've got low birth rates in particularly Western Europe, the population is getting older and there's no one to look after those older people and backfill those jobs. So that's why there's a huge pensions crisis in the UK government, worrying that there's not going to be enough money to actually pay people's pensions in 20, 30 years. So we need immigration. The world needs people to move around to fill the gaps that are left in other places. It's nonsense to think we can stop the boats when we have a refugee and asylum system that doesn't allow people to enter the country or apply for asylum from outside the UK. People have to reach the UK shores before they can claim asylum. If you don't let them do it from France or from wherever they are, they're going to get in a boat and they're going to cross the channel because that isn't a huge risk to them. They've crossed war zones, they've crossed thousands and thousands of miles of Europe. Crossing a bit of water to a country that you can see on the other side is not, in their mind, or certainly in the grand scheme of things, isn't as much of a risk as things they've already done. So the climate crisis is only going to make things worse. And unless we do something about it now, this is not going to stop and it's going to become an increasing problem. And we're going to have more and more, I don't want to get too political, but we're going to have more and more stronger views on immigration and conflict between people who have sought asylum in the UK and people who say they're native to these islands, unless we change the rhetoric and we change the policies of our current government. So this brings us back to what I was trying to say. So this part of our role with MSF now in the UK is to help asylum seekers when they reach the country. There's also another fantastic organisation that I work with called Care for Calais that work all the way around the UK to support asylum seekers when they reach the UK, to help them with their application and to help them navigate UK social services. So that's something to be look out for, and I'll mention that again later. So as I said previously, Gaza is a big thing. We are working in Gaza. We're one of the few NGOs still remaining in the area. Our Secretary General addressed the United Nations very, very strongly just a couple of weeks ago and denounced the war crimes that are being committed in Gaza by the Israeli government. Unfortunately, a lot of our medical facilities have been targeted. So at the start of the conflict, you may have seen in the news, this was written on the board in the hospital. So this is the surgical board. So it should have a list of patients that were being treated. This patient A is coming in for an appendectomy, patient B is coming in for a cesarean. Instead, they've written, whoever stays until the end will tell the story. We did what we could. Remember us. And that was written on the 20th of October, 2023 by an MSF doctor as the hospital was being evacuated. Several of our staff remained. And a few days later, a journalist managed to return to the hospital, and this is what was found. The hospital was bombed. It was subject to sniper fire from the IDF. And unfortunately, several members of our team were killed. It's not the first and it's not the last of our staff that we've lost in the conflict. We do have staff remaining in northern Gaza. With the change in, well, with the cutting of telecommunications and the infrastructure related to that, we have staff that we don't know how they are. We don't know if they're alive. A wonderful woman that I had the pleasure of collaborating with, I can't claim to have known her well, but I shared a few meetings with her, Reem Abu Laba, who was a physiotherapist with MSF. She studied at the University of Jerusalem. She was genuinely one of our best. A wonderful, wonderful woman who'd worked for many, many years with MSF. Sorry, it's getting to me a little bit. She was continuing to work in southern Gaza in an area that we were told was safe. Houses around her building were targeted. And I'm sorry to say that we got, after not hearing from her for several weeks, got the confirmation just a couple of weeks ago that sadly Reem lost her life in the conflict along with her entire family. The only survivor is a single sister from a family of 12. So this has hit us all really, really hard. We were hoping that Reem would be able to join us in the UK this year for our General Assembly, which unfortunately is obviously no longer possible. We do and continue to hold services in remembrance of Reem and all the hard work that she did over many, many years with the organisation. So to try and get onto a slightly lighter topic, we'll just talk about what life's like when you're in the field. And again, it's so varied and so diverse. It depends really on where you're working. So again, this is from the context of the places that I've been. So this are some of the challenges that you face. So obviously insects are a big one. Mosquitoes are everywhere. The hardest thing that I always found was just the fatigue. You're working at times, certainly my first project, I was working 50, 60, 70 plus hours a week. As I've moved on, I no longer do that. I make sure that I don't work Sundays unless there's an absolute catastrophe. I will not work Sundays. I don't open the laptop. I need that downtime, and it means that you can be more productive through the rest of the week. But I was taking, on my lunch break, I was just trying to have 20 minutes sleep because I was sat on the laptop till midnight and up again at 6 a.m. One of the little, the The housing, I mean, I thought it was fine, but the shower on the top left, that's one of that's a pretty good shower because at least you had running water. In a lot of places, it's just a bucket and cold water. The bottom there, on the bottom left, you can see a kind of like little maggot thing. This is an interesting little fella. So basically, when you do your laundry, we have to iron our laundry after it's dried out. And the reason being that there's a particular kind of fly that lays its eggs in fruit. So if there's rotting mango or something on the floor, it's a bit wet, it'll lay its eggs in there and it'll grow out and eat away. But a wet piece of t-shirt or underwear will do also just as well. And as soon as you put that on, if you haven't ironed it to kill the eggs, it hatches and then burrows its way into your skin and grows there, eats around. You can hear it burrowing away and you have to go fishing it out. So we pulled this out of one of my colleagues' backsides on one sunny Saturday morning, to the delight of everyone. So we made sure we got plenty of pictures of the little guy and share that with you guys. But of course, the challenges are there, but it does present so many opportunities. So I've done so much that I never expected to be part of. So this particular image, I worked with a wonderful woman called Janine Lemkool, who was working with MSF and also the University of Amsterdam. And she was working on malaria and mosquitoes and pesticides. So what we did, we gave some biscuits to some kids and asked them to go take these little buckets and fill them up with dirty water from puddles. We would then find the eggs. So you had to catch the eggs. And weird thing about mosquito eggs is that they can move. So if they sense a shadow, the eggs sort of shoot off in the water. So we had to catch them in pipettes, grow them in a little chamber, and then we would test different pesticides on them. So based on the research we did there, we completely changed our strategy, bought entirely different pesticides for an entire country. So we were handing out around 500,000 mosquito nets a year. So based on the research that we'd done there, we completely changed to a brand new set of mosquito nets that were distributed the following year. It also allows you to see a whole new culture. So this was at my leaving party. So we were presented with some T-shirts made out of the local panya, so the local fabric. So some of the friends that you make under really sort of difficult circumstances, I still see every year. So Antoine there, I see him every year. I make sure I go visit him in Germany or he comes to the UK. And you get to learn different foods, try different things. So this was some coffee that was grown locally in the DRC. So one of our house assistants showed me how to press the coffee, boil it, put it in different ways of how to make different flavors and cook local foods and things like that, which was amazing. Things that you could never experience if you just went on holiday. I've also done a little bit of journalism. So I write for a couple of magazines every now and again. So this was a piece that I did on our response to COVID. So I was one of the leads for the COVID response in DRC. So I wrote a few pieces on that, managed to speak at different seminars. So I spoke at the Clinical Pharmacy Conference, which is sort of the Glastonbury of the pharmacy world. So I had the opportunity to speak at that, which was a real privilege. And with my new role, I get to speak at the MSF, International General Assembly. So we have 60,000 employees there or thereabouts with MSF. We work in about 120 countries. And I was able to stand up in front of an open audience. It's about 1,000 people in the room, 1,000 people online, another few thousand watched later, and present a change that I thought was important to the entire movement, all 60,000 people and the millions of patients that we treat every year. I thought that something was important enough to get up and stand in front of the board, stand in front of our president and say this needs to change. And then we asked people to vote on it. So, and again, I don't really know what I'm doing. It's just complete fluke that all this has happened, really. But you can have some, despite all the challenges and the opportunities, you can have some amazing times. So obviously me being a Yorkshireman, I got some wood from the local market and I whittled out a cricket bat. So in the next Cricket World Cup, if you see the Central African Republic taking part, then you can thank me for introducing them to it. We used to play volleyball, so we used to get some of the old perimeter fencing, get a ball brought. We'd ask someone who was coming out to the country, bring a volleyball with you so we could play out on the field on a Sunday afternoon. We used to use body bags and fill them up with old mosquito nets to make a punch bag. We used to get tins of paint, fill them up with concrete, stick a pipe in, do it on the same side so that we had some weights, so we had a gym. In the mountains there in DRC, there's certain areas at certain times of the year, if the tension's not too bad, you could go hiking a little bit into the mountains, which was stunning. We had pets, so we had pet cats. So this was Alan. I bought him to eat all the rats that were eating some of my drugs. Unfortunately, he preferred lizards, so he ate all the lizards that were keeping the mosquitoes out of my room. So he wasn't the most useful, but he was adorable. But sadly, he got eaten, which was heartbreaking. We also got a pet goat. Unfortunately, we didn't know that she was pregnant, so I then got to be a midwife to some baby goats, helping pulling those out. So fortunately, I'd worked in farms in my earlier life, so I had a little bit of a clue what I was doing. So we had 2 little baby goats that we got to look after for a little while until we found them some new homes. So this is depending on where you are, you can have so much fun. You can learn so much. So on the left there is our New Year's Eve party for my pharmacy team in the Central African Republic. So what I used to do is once every month, I'd take out all my team and just take them for a few beers. There was one bar in the town that we were allowed to go to. I'd take the team out. It was $1 a beer. So I'd take $30, $40 with me once a month and just pay for everybody's drinks and just let them tell me things about their lives, tell me things about how things have changed. You weren't supposed to talk about the recent war and conflict that happened there, but people would start talking about it. And there's only so many times you say, I don't want to talk about it. You'd learn so much more from listening to these stories and listening to people's lives and understand the human story so much more intuitively by these conversations than you ever could from a book. I was also lucky enough to spend a lot of time in Goma, which is right on the edge of Lake Kivu. So one of our offices is right on the border with Rwanda and DRC. So we had a huge, beautiful lake right on our doorstep. So we bought canoes, used to go canoeing on the afternoon. Not happy with that. When I went back to the UK, I brought back a little dragon that I thought I'm going to make it to Rwanda on this dragon and try and swim back. Didn't necessarily work out the way that I'd hoped, but nevertheless, we all had a nice time. It isn't easy. So this was me on day one, landing off the plane on my very first project, clean shaven, looking excited, taking a nice picture to share on social media with my passport and my t-shirt. I was so proud to put that white t-shirt on for the first time. And then this was me 9 months later. I'd started smoking, unshaven, probably lost about 2 stone in weight. That didn't help because I'm vegetarian, so I wasn't eating meat and there was just basically leaves and rice to eat. But it is hard on your body if you don't look after yourself right. That wouldn't happen to me now because I'm a lot more experienced. I know how to deal with things. But yeah, there's a lot to get through. There's so many ways to get involved. I won't go through all these now. But there's so much that can be done in the UK. Fantastic organisation is Care for Calais. Every single one of you could sign up to them and just do a little bit a week. It can be 20 minutes of helping someone book a dentist appointment, 20 minutes of helping someone organise a gas bill, half an hour of rewriting someone's CV or spell checking a CV or printing something out for them. And it will help people so much in your local communities. Even if it's just instead of throwing away some old clothes, taking them down to one of the repurposing sites that they have, and they're all over. There's so much you can do. Just learn more, do more. You can create, what I've been talking about is creating a Friends of MSF group for the BPSA. So I'm looking into that for you. So I'll speak with Ramisha and stuff later on to try and do something like that. But if nothing else, just eat a bit less meat, drive a slightly smaller car. Everything we can do for the environment makes such a big difference. Instead of having regular milk, get oat milk 1 week a month. That'll reduce your carbon emissions from dairy by about 70%, just swapping oat milk or soy milk once a month. It's such a massive difference. And that's all these little changes that we can all make. You don't need to go to the other side of the world to do it. So what I will do is I will stop it there. And then maybe just do some questions or something like that for the last sort of 10, 15 minutes, unless anyone particularly wants to do an activity or something like that. Or if you want to know, I can go into a bit more detail about COVID or some other projects that are going on. But yeah, I'll just kind of open up the floor.
Thank you, Mark, for sharing such incredible insights into your work and what you've done. It's truly been, really insightful to see all of these experiences you've had. And I'm sure all of the students agree that it's something that we'll all consider. Listening to all your experiences have definitely been something inspirational. So hopefully we can all take something from that. So yeah, we are open to questions. So does anyone have any questions at the moment that they would really like Mark to answer?
There's no stupid questions, but believe me, I've done tens and tens of these conferences. So I'll have heard them all before. So don't be scared.
So we do have a question in the chat currently from Heba. Are there any language requirements for working with MSF?
Not specifically. So all speaking a different language will do is open up your pool of opportunity. So I did French at school. I wasn't particularly great at it. I just did it to a GCSE level. Um, but because I had a foundation knowledge, I did a test when I was getting assigned my first project. And they were like, you're almost good enough to work with us. So they paid for a 2 week intensive course to get me up to speed. So if you've got a foundation level of another language, they will help you to reach the required level. So, for example, if you only speak English, limited into which projects you can work in. So, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Bangladesh, for example. If you speak French, then you can also do the English ones, but you could also do Mali, Chad, Congo, DRC, like so many more that opens the door up. If you speak Spanish, you can work in Latin America. If you speak Farsi, Arabic, it allows you, opens the door for certain Middle Eastern countries. So if you have a second language, it'll make it easier for you to get a placement, but it's not essential.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. We do have another question in the chat. So do you need any previous experiences to work with MSF?
So generally speaking, the qualifications are reasonably straightforward. So they ask that you commit to 9 months for your first project. There is a bit of flexibility in that, so it's not always 9 months. But they'll say that as your entry requirement, but it's not strictly true. You have to have worked in your field for at least 2 years. So after you guys qualify and do your pre-reg, you'll have to work for 2 years before you can apply for a full-time position. And you also need to have either some experience with NGOs or have traveled, backpacked, or visited or spent time in a country in a developing context so that you've got something to grasp. So it's not so much of a culture shock if you perhaps get posted to somewhere like South Sudan, where the living conditions for international staff is quite low level compared to some other projects. So it's to try just so that you've got a bit of experience in doing one or the other to be able to lean on. So yeah, that simply put, that's all you need.
Do we have any other questions? We'll give a last couple of minutes whilst Mark is with us.
So there's one in the chat that I think we've already gone off, that we've already spoken about, but kind of going off of that, you mentioned the culture shock. Like, what were some of the challenges that you experienced when you first moved or when you first like deployed into these projects? And how did you kind of overcome those?
Do you know the hardest thing wasn't going, it was coming back. When I went, the hardest thing for me was the language. So my French was far from perfect. It still is. But getting used to the language. But then once you're in an environment where you have to learn it and you have to speak and communicate, it kind of forces you to. Food, I'm not that much of a fussy eater, so generally speaking, it was fine. It was only when I was in positions where I was really stressed, and that was generally just overwork, and I was overworking myself. So the position in my first project where I was doing silly hours for things that, yes, they made a difference, and I'm convinced that we did save lives by working as hard as we did. Would I have been more effective if I'd have taken a more strategic approach to my time rather than just running around and doing everything all the time? And then in my second project, when COVID hit, it was just non-stop because we were trying to find drugs from places. We ended up collaborating with a university to make our own face masks, to make our own face shields out of 3D printers. We were using recipes to create our own hand gel across the region. All these kind of things were taking up so much time. It was just the stress and the fatigue that was getting to me. And then at that point, everything becomes a problem. So then the food's a problem, and then this is a problem, and that's a problem. But I always found coming home the biggest challenge. Even recently, I visited Goma over the last summer. It was only a very, very short posting. I was there for 7 months with a very specific remit. The work wasn't particularly challenging compared to normal. They just wanted me to go in and try and cut the budget on certain things. So it wasn't too difficult. But as soon as I came back, it's the change of everything being lit up on an evening, everybody spending money on things that they don't need, everything on TV being people on social media showing off how much money they've got, songs talking about how much money they're spending, all these kind of things just really wound me down. And even though it was just a very short post in this last time, I still end up in a very, I wouldn't say a dark place, but a very kind of somber, sort of neutral, can't get excited about anything place for a few weeks. Fortunately, we always have you have to go through psychological debriefing before you go and every time you come out. So I normally you have to spend sort of 45 minutes with a psychiatrist, chat through things. And I normally take up the option to just have a couple of extra sessions. And normally, sometimes I end up crying my eyes out. Other times it's just, yeah, I can feel I'm getting better. It's just nice to check in. And then the following week, it might be just, yeah, I'm fine now, but everything's back to normal. It's just that conversion. So yeah, it's coming back that I struggle with more than getting there.
Thank you.
We have one final question. So do you get a choice, sorry, on where you want to be deployed?
Yeah, yes. So for your first project, not really. But once you've got your foot in the door, you can then be a lot more selective of where you go. So between applying and actually getting posted to your first project could be up to a year and a half, because some projects won't want a first timer going there. Once you've done one, I can pick and choose a lot more now where I go. Obviously, it depends on your availability, language, and things like that. You can say no to certain countries. So at the time, I think when I first joined, I said I didn't want to go to Yemen, and that was because there was a real change in the situation there, and because there was British involvement, Brits were being targeted. I mean, it turned out that people with British passports can't get into Yemen anyway, so it wasn't a problem. But I just said that's one place I don't want to go because of the risk to me at that particular time. Now I'd probably go. But yeah, you can kind of pick to an extent, but you can't say I will only go to Iraq or I would only go to Bangladesh, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Mark, for all your insights and for being here with us today. It was a true pleasure to have you here, and we look forward to collaborating with you on future projects. So you're welcome to stay and listen to our next speaker if you'd like. So feel free to stay, or if you need to go back to your work, feel free to do whatever is best for you. But yeah, thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you very much, everyone, and good luck for your exams. And I'll share the link to some organisations and stuff with you, Ramisha, so you can share that with everyone. If anyone wants to know any more later down the line, please do get in touch because we're desperate for more pharmacists in the UK. So best of luck, and hopefully see you again soon.
All right, bye-bye.
Cheerio.
So I think our next speaker has joined us. So Ruben from FIP. So it's my honor to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Ruben, whose passion and expertise in pharmacy practice and public health has made a significant impact in the field. So originally from Portugal, Ruben is a pharmacist currently pursuing a PhD at the Faculty of Pharmacy in Lisbon, focusing on physical activity promotion and actively engaged with the International Pharmaceutical Federation. So contributing to his insights to the advancement of pharmacy practice on a global scale. So please join me in welcoming Ruben, and we'll hear a bit more about what he does and gain some more insights.
Thank you so much, Ramisa, for this short presentation and also for the invite for being here on behalf of FIP. So I'll just start with a short presentation so everyone has a bit of a grasp on FIP and what we're doing in this area. And you will understand it's probably very different from the last speaker that I had the opportunity to listen for the last minutes. So FIP is the global federation that represents pharmacists and pharmaceutical scientists. So you'd say it's similar to IPSF does in the student level. FIP does it in the professional level. So the members are the national associations. I believe I was involved in EPSA. I think BPSA is still part of EPSA, hopefully. So I know some alumni from BPSA. I got this involvement in the European level, and then the interest came to FIP as well. I probably should start with introducing myself, right? So I'm Ruben, I'm from Portugal, I'm a pharmacist. I have an additional degree in physical exercise and health. So this is my personal passion that went to the PhD, and also public health, pharmacy practice, and this led me to go to FIP, working on project management and different projects. Ramisa, maybe for the slideshow, will you be able to share, or would I be able to share? If you allow me, I think I don't have access. Now I have. Sorry, I think we're all super used to the technology, but you know, at my age, you guys are so young. At my age, you start getting these vibes of, why is this so slow, or how do I change the screen? I'm not that old. I'm just 31. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the purpose of this presentation, I'll focus a bit on the humanitarian program of FIP, and just a brief overview. I don't want to bore you with a lot of details, and then we'll have time for questions during the rest of the time. So just a bit on the program team, the priorities for FIP, what is the humanitarian program, what are the FIP development goals, and then some examples of resources, outputs, and deliverables. So this is probably under 10 minutes that I'll cover these aspects. So for 2024, you'll see that FIP is a global federation. So it has some priorities and some goals. So the 12 priority programs for 2024 are these on the screen. You have important topics such as antimicrobial stewardship, but under the global health priorities, humanitarian is also a priority, because we've seen in the last years a growing concern in the profession for the humanitarian situations, for disasters that keep happening. So there's a lot of work doing not only in the response to these disasters, but also on the preparedness part. So being prepared for future disasters and conflicts, and also the recovery part. So usually the media gets spike during the time of the disasters. And this is also a bit different for natural disasters and then for conflicts. For the natural disasters, it's more like peak and then things recover depending on the conflicts. And you'll see the war, for example, in Ukraine is still going after a couple of years. So the recovery part can be tricky sometimes. And then there's other professional priorities that you can see on the slide, and different ways that FIP delivers. So this presentation focuses on number 3, which is the humanitarian program, as one of the 12 programs for the year. And you can see that this program is available on a specific website. You can just type FIP Humanitarian Google or humanitarian.fip.org, and there's a specific page that you'll land that has a bit of information. And the idea is that this program highlights the support FIP can provide to pharmacists and pharmacy teams in crisis situations, disaster and emergency situations. And of course, as you know from your association, FIP is also a members-based association. So these type of organizations and apps as well, they serve their members. So they serve the member needs, they act on member requests. So it's always focusing on the support that members do need and request. A word on development goals. You probably heard of the UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So for pharmacy, there's also some goals for the decade ahead. And from the 21 goals that FIP identified, and if you're interested, you can also find them online. Number 18 is one of the most important for the humanitarian because it's access to medicines, devices, and services, which is usually complicated during times of disasters, medicine supply, cold chain for vaccines, and so on. So access is one of the most important problems, but there's other issues that are highlighted in black. So equity in these situations. If you have a non-communicable disease, can you have access to your treatment? Can you continue your treatment? Do you need to stop? If you're a migrant, for example, and you take any kind of medicines, can you have access to those in other countries? And are these medicines safe where you're getting them? So FIP development goals, strategic areas that are important for the profession, and all the programs I talked before, the 12 programs linked to these goals, and want to advance pharmacy forward in one of these areas. One of the areas of work that was done during the pandemic was the pandemic preparedness. As I said before, there's preparedness, response, and recovery. So there are three important areas. And there's a couple of reports that you can look if you're interested in this specific area. Because of course the pandemic taught us a lot of things. So it's important that you capture this information and that we're ready for future pandemic that might happen in the near future or in a bit further down the line. Some of the activities we have, I'll also go through I don't want to go through each of the deliverables, just a high level. And so some resources that we also have, we have all of these in the page that I mentioned before. You can just click. We also getting some resources, and I was listening to the previous speaker also, trying to get more resources from Red Cross, from WHO, from the UN, because this idea of being the hub of the information, but not necessarily creating the wheel all the time. So there's a lot of activities out there. There's a lot of resources out there, and this program aims to gather these resources and all this information under one place, so it's more accessible to pharmacists worldwide. This is a very recent program as well, so it's growing. There's a lot of activities going on to grow this initiative, this program. So a lot of interest is also being noted by our colleagues across the globe. For example, and a couple of examples on initiatives, we did last year 2 digital events where we invited people that had disaster and emergency situations to come together and share some perspectives. These are available at events.fip.org, and you can take a look. One was in May, and one in November. So this is just a platform where people come, they share their needs, their experiences, their views, how the pharmacy profession is involved or not. So it's also quite interesting to get these perspectives. Maybe we are more familiar with the perspectives in Europe, but then when you have a colleague coming from Lebanon or from Sudan, then at least for me, that was the big change since I moved from EPSA European base to global, is that the world is huge and there's a lot of things happening outside that we're usually not so familiar or in contact with. So quite interesting experiences. Another resource we have is the Global Humanitarian Competency Framework. So if you have to work in this area, what are the competencies? What are the knowledge pieces that you need to have? So This is the framework outline. So there's 4 clusters, and you can see that inside each cluster there's competencies, and then under each competency there's a behavior. So you can have you have a list of all these competencies and all the pieces of knowledge that could be interesting if you want to get involved in humanitarian pieces. So this is also available in the website. It's a tool for pharmacists to get prepared to be more involved in this area, because of course, I guess I'm not sure in the UK, but I don't think a lot of people will have this in their curricula. So if you want to be a humanitarian pharmacist, usually you need to go after your studies and study it on your own. So and this is just a piece of a competency framework. Then educators can do courses and can do more focusing on this. This is not a piece of education by itself. It's a competency framework that suggests and maps competencies for this area. Another role for FIP is also the policy. As you probably are aware, policy is an important aspect. For example, in the remuneration aspects for pharmacy service, we need to push, we need to do some policy work, and in this area as well. So FIP just launched a statement of policy on the role of pharmacists in disaster and emergency management. And this is available also on the page. And it says, and it suggests some actions for different stakeholders, for educational stakeholders, for policy making, for individual pharmacists. And there's a bit of a overview on what is the role of pharmacists in these areas. And then there's the commitment that FIP launched in 2022 in the Congress in Seville. So there's that was a commitment that FIP would put this program in the map, and we're doing so in this following this commitment. So I think you already had a lot of information on this from the previous speakers, but there's a lot of things we can do. Usually we work in a multi-professional team in the humanitarian settings, but of course our medication expertise, our clinical support, our public health, communication with patients, some quality assurance. So there's a lot of things and a lot of roles that we can do, usually in collaboration with other healthcare professionals that are also on the field. And this is one part of it. And then, of course, you can also be involved in bigger associations, and you can do work that is not on the field, but usually most of the initiatives is that going to the area where there's a disaster or something happening. And this leads to this slide because the official program of FIP started a couple of years ago, but before that, we have a military and emergency pharmacy section. And these colleagues are the ones that work in the military, they work in governments, they work in these structures that are responsible for the pharmacists' response to this disaster. So these have been going for a lot of years. And this is also a career choice. If you are interested in this area, you can look into getting into the military or other organizations that focus on humanitarian responses. And for example, with this section, we had, you can see on the bottom of the slide, we did some things to support Ukraine, some materials, and we worked with the member organization on this. So this was also published in one of the journals. So this is to say that there's a lot of things that pharmacists also do under the scope of military, but also more and more on the emergency or humanitarian side, as you probably heard from the last speaker as well. So this is just a list of the commitment. I'm not going to go through it, but basically FIP wants to be a place where members can come, share experiences, have materials, have support if they want to liaise with national ministries of health or relevant stakeholders. FIP also aims to be more involved with the United Nations, with WHO, with all these big players in this area, so we can have, again, not reinvent the wheel, have all this information. We have around 4 million pharmacists and pharmaceutical scientists that we represent. So this information can reach them. Everyone wins, right? Because some people will be interested. So we have more people helping, and we have this big network of people that can help each other. So this is the basis of the commitment I told you before. And just to highlight again the webpage, so you can go there, humanitarianfip.org. And lastly, the team. So it's Dalia, she's the lead for professional partnerships, Noor, working with me and myself. So this is our FIP mails. If you have any questions, you can just write to me, ruben@fip.org. And I think that's it. It's just an overview, and maybe, probably, you have a couple of questions. Or maybe not. Maybe this is just so new that you're like, yeah, sounds good.
Thank you, Ruben, for sharing all of the experiences that you've had and also bringing our insight into FIP and the opportunities they provide. So I did have a question myself. So I wanted to ask, what were some of the challenges going from, like, you said you were involved with EPSA, then to an international organization. So what were some of the challenges you faced and some of the learning that you kind of gained from that that we could maybe utilize if we wanted to have a similar career path?
Sure. Thanks for that question. So I think one important thing, probably you can feel it if you go from EPSA to IPSF congresses, which is the cultural aspects. I guess in more and more we're seeing more cultural diversity in Europe, but it's still not as big as the diversity of cultures that are across the globe. So, but I guess again, if you go to an IPSF Congress, you'll have the same experience because you'll have this global aspect there. So this is something that I thought I had it clear, and then when you see people and when you are in the same room with them and get in touch with them, this is one of the things. This is just cultural awareness at its best. Another thing is that if you want to pursue a career focusing on pharmacy organizations, associations, policy, these kind of things, it's nice to be involved. For example, in EPSA, I learned a lot about the general assemblies, this kind of more boring kind of aspects that you might say. Maybe, I know some people love the general assemblies. I didn't, but it was an interesting way of learning how an association works, how do you manage that, why is it important that you do all these reports and all this work. So this is something that now that I'm working and I'm involved in different associations, it's quite similar. And if you go to a government and if you go to a similar structure, it's probably very similar as well. So all these structures will be similar. So it's nice if you learn it from early on, that you have this perspective. And what else? International. Get involved if there's any volunteering opportunities that you see through, again, IPSF or through the young group pharmacists. FIP has a early career pharmacy group. So even if you graduated, you can still, you can be an individual member and member of this early career group. And you have people from across the globe. Maybe if you're more into research, you can also get a partnership or something. So this is always something interesting. I'm not sure if I replied to everything you asked, but feel free to ask again.
Yeah, yeah, you did. You basically covered everything. Does anyone have any other questions that they would like to ask whilst the speaker is with us?
I can ask a question while people are thinking. So some of our members might not, you've touched a little bit on some like opportunities that you had within EPSA. We're still their member organization. So other than General Assembly, like what other things did you get involved in your time in EPSA? And then how did that carry on into FIP, just to go into a bit more detail?
Yes, thank you for that question. So I started in EPSA through the training project, so the soft skills training. That was my door in. I always liked the soft skills part. So you can get involved also in the EPSA training project. I think they have it ongoing that you can become a trainer, you can attend some of these initiatives. why is this interesting in a larger or in a long-term vision is that you get to talk and you get to experience a lot of the skills that can be useful. So, for example, I give you an example of the presentation skills. I thought I was average presenting, but then I understood no, because I had a lot of contact with these topics and these experiences, and I presented to a lot of people. I don't feel that nervous if I'm presented to 500 people or 1,000 people. So I got to present in the FIP Congress, and it was okay. It was still a big responsibility, and I was a bit nervous. But so this is one of the ways that you start delivering these sessions, you start being more comfortable with the public speaking. So this is the piece of the training part. Then I got involved in the team. So I guess you can also be involved in the EPSA team. I started with as a public health and social services coordinator. And this is basically running, managing public health campaigns and other initiatives. And this now helped me understanding that I can do similar campaigns and similar projects in FIP, for example. So we're planning a couple of campaigns in the next couple of years. And then I did an internship in Brussels, and in that year I was the alumni coordinator. So that was also interesting. You might think, oh, that's probably not as useful, but this helped me mostly understanding how to guide a group of people, for example, the alumni, how they can be sometimes. So it's interesting how to manage a group of people, how to make an activity that is suitable for them. So a lot of personal skills, a lot of group dynamic, group management skills. So I think those were the positions I held in NEPS. Of course, then the pandemic came. It was a bit difficult for everyone studying, and associations and everything went a bit more virtual. But still, the skills are still the same. It's a bit harder to engage people on Zoom than if you're in a room, of course. But you'll still need to be able to try to make connection, try to get this. So this was probably what led me to find my PhD, and then I find this opportunity in a global federation, and the skills. And this was an opportunity that made me grow, but now I'm also learning, and I think this concept is very important, the lifelong learning aspect of it. So I think for students, I remember when I was a student, I was like, yes, I'll finish it, tick. My career is okay. No, it's like tick, but then you need to go up the stairs, and there's a new level that you need to learn and improve. So for some people, it might be hard to grasp that you need to keep doing it. I mean, you don't have to keep doing it. You can just graduate, have a nice job, and just relax. But I guess if you want to be involved in more and more things, and you want to have a bigger push in your career, then it's nice if you get this lifelong learning. You do more qualifications, you do more training, you look for more projects, you try to publish, you try to go to different congresses, and so on. So I think that would be it.
Oh, amazing. Thank you. I mean, I've qualified now, but now like hearing all the other stuff, I could still get involved with like EPSA and FIP. I'm like, yeah, I need to get involved. So thank you for sharing a bit more insight.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate the fact that FIP is such a great platform of international pharmacists and collaborating on that level. I mean, I had the opportunity to attend the 81st World Congress that recently happened in Australia. So that was extremely insightful. And if you're a student here today and you're interested in that, I would highly recommend looking into what FIP does. Um, being able to collaborate and network with people on that scale and meet pharmacists from across the globe to share like knowledge, to share experiences, and to work on, projects is a great opportunity. So if that's something you're interested in, I'd highly recommend, looking into those opportunities. I did have another question for you. Would you, if you had less experience and weren't able to get all those opportunities, is there still a way to get involved? What would you recommend to do in that situation?
Sure, thanks for that. I think one of the factors is that you don't have a lot of experience could be that you start with presentation. Let's say if you had if you graduated, if you have a poster, if you have something to present, either from you or from a group that you belong to, this is one interesting way you can go on representing your group, faculty group, research group, something. And sometimes the seniors don't want to go. Of course, most of the time they will want to go, but depending on schedules and everything, they might have the opportunity for you to go on behalf of this group. So this is always a nice thing. Or maybe you have your own project. So I did my thesis and then I transformed it into a poster. And at the time it was virtual, but so you just transform that into a poster, you submit it, and then if you have the opportunity, you go. One of the things, for example, the Congress now this year is in South Africa, which might be a bit far away, thinking about money, for example. Flights are maybe £1,000 more. So there's also some scholarships, some research grants or some grants. Not sure if your faculty has or not, but there are also international grants that you can apply to go to these kind of congresses. And if those are too far away, maybe you can start at the European level, because those will be costs at a more reduced cost, or will be more affordable. So you can use the EPSA congresses, for example, or if you have already a specialty, if you're working in hospital, then you have the European Association of Hospital Pharmacists. You have usually a lot of European associations that focus on what you do. But basically, it's trying to publish something, trying to present something, so you're a bit visible. You start being visible in the radar, and this probably takes some time if you go through this academic kind of long way. I just started publishing now my couple of papers, and this is a very long-term journey if you go through this academia slash more academia, I would say. But I guess to be more involved, you just need to, another aspect important is just be there, just be in the group. If there's this early career group, just join, see if there's something you like. And then I think that there was this funny expression from someone I know, kind of a mentor, and it's like, just say yes, because when you say no, you close that door. So just go for it, say yes, make yourself available, and then go from there. Of course, if you're saying yes to 50 opportunities, then you won't have time. But or sometimes what I do is, if I can't do it, I'll refer to someone. So try to keep this open mindset, so you can have more and more opportunities, and you can start. You're like a tree, not a tree. You have a lot of small arms, and you start touching things, and then you can say, okay, I like this one, so I'll go more this way. Oh, I don't like this one, so I'll just. When I was studying, I thought, no, I'll be a super great hospital pharmacist. And see where I am now. That didn't happen. I was super mistaken. It's okay.
So thank you, Ruben. I think that's the end of the questions. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for joining us, and for talking about lifelong learning and the importance of putting yourself out there. I'm sure we can all take something and put ourselves forward for more opportunities. Feel free to stay for the rest of it if you'd like to, or you're more than welcome to. I'm sure you have a lot of things to do, so it's completely up to you. But once again, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you. And just the last thing, it's very important if you have something like LinkedIn. So I think we're friends already with Remisa, so it's also important to keep these connections going. See who's out there. Oh, you can say, like, I went to the Congress last year, so let's be in touch, and just doing this networking piece as well. It's also quite important. So thank you so much again for the invite, and you're an hour behind, but I'll probably have some lunch by now.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Take care. Okay, everyone. So we have our IPSF officer here with us today, joining us. Her name is Shemsa. So flown quite nicely on from the FIP presentation we've just had. So the International Pharmaceutical Students Federation is the international version of the BPSA. You're an automatic member if you're a member of the BPSA. So she'll be talking about some of the opportunities available for you as students, and kind of what she does. So I'll let Shemsa introduce herself a bit more.
Great, thank you so much, Ramisha. I'm not sure if you guys can see me because I can't see myself. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. I'm not sure why that's the case. Ah, there we go. Okay, sorry guys, I'm experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties. Is it okay if I leave the call and come back? Yeah. Okay, just give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. Okay, so that doesn't seem to have fixed the problem, but I mean, it doesn't matter. I'll just share my screen and then hopefully that works. And then we can go from there. I think I know what the issue was. Okay, so can you guys see my screen? I think you can see me now too. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Okay, so hi everybody. If you don't know who I am by now. My name is Shamsa. I am the IPSF officer and I am working on the executive team this year for BPSA. And yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a IPSF 101 because I know, it can be a bit confusing in terms of what IPSF is. It's a very big organization and there are so many things that it offers. But yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a whistle-stop tour through it. So IPSF, what does it actually stand for? So IPSF stands for the International Pharmaceutical Students Federation. It was founded in 1949 by 8 pharmacy student associations in the UK. So that is something that we take a lot of pride in, being the country to have founded IPSF essentially. And right now, since 1949, it has risen to represent over 500,000 students and recent graduates in 92 countries. So this is very much worldwide. And yeah, and it has a lot of international advocacy and representation opportunities. And it's not just for pharmacy students, but it's also for pharmaceutical science students. So I know in a lot of other countries, a lot of people do go for pharmaceutical science degrees. And so it includes those students as well as recent graduates, like I mentioned. And there are many education and networking opportunities through publications, professional activities, and that's something that I will touch upon later on in the presentation. So before we kind of get into the opportunities that IPSF offers and the things that you can get involved in, I think it's really important to understand the kind of structure of IPSF. So for IPSF to work, it's really important that there's an efficient structure to the organization. So that's why there are 5 regional extensions of the Federation, and these essentially operate in the different continents there are. So obviously there's the European Regional Office, which is the one that we are in. There's the Asia Pacific Regional Office that includes Asia, but also the Pacific Islands and New Zealand and Australia. And then you've got the African Regional Office, the Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office, and the Pan American Regional Office. And these all abbreviate to, as you can see in the brackets, like European Regional Office abbreviates to Euro, which I think is really quite funny. But yeah, so, and you'll notice that a lot in IPSF, there are so many different abbreviations that even to this day, I have to, do a quick search as to what things mean. But yeah, the more you're exposed to it, the more you kind of get used to it and understand what they're talking about. So the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because whilst IPSF as a whole does a lot to provide opportunities for all its members, the regional offices usually kind of work as an independent entity in itself. So whilst everything that the regional officers do align with the ultimate goals of IPSF. There are still things within each regional office that, you know, may be unique to each one. And so I just wanted to highlight this so that you guys know that, you know, there are different things that different offices offer. And we'll also touch upon that later on as well. So before we get even more into it, I just wanted to start off with sort of my journey to where I am now. So I started as the student exchange officer. So this was about 2 years ago. And this is when it was kind of on a whim. I didn't I didn't even know about this until I went to the BPSA annual conference in Aston, Birmingham 2 years ago. And it was there that I was exposed to IPSF. And because I was so interested in it and because I really wanted to get more involved, I went for the IPSF officer. But I went for that elections, and elections can be very daunting. So I think that just shows sort of my ambition and my real interest into international opportunities. But evidently I didn't get it. So what I went for was the subcommittee role of the IPS officer, which is the student exchange officer. And this in itself was an amazing, amazing experience. As you can see here, met so many people from different countries. I'll talk about a little bit more about the student exchange program later on, but essentially what it is as my role as SEO was to invite students from different countries in so that they can partake in placements here in the UK. And so a big part of my role was just organizing all these different placements in different cities and just, yeah, managing the entire program within the UK. So as you can see, this was during the summer of 2022, I believe. Yeah, 2022 or 2023. I get confused with years. Everything just kind of goes into one. But it was during the one of the summer exchange programs that we had here. And yeah, we had loads of students from Korea, from Hungary, from Thailand as well. So yeah, it was just a really great experience. And here is the annual conference ball night from last year in Portsmouth. And the reason why I bring this picture up with all our lovely faces is because after being SEO for a year, I then decided to go for IPSF officer again at last year's conference. And yeah, obviously I did get elected, and I'm so very much grateful for that. And this was obviously just the day after, or like the elections happened, and then we had ball night, and yeah, so this was just kind of celebrating that achievement and introducing myself as the IPS officer for the new mandate. So the reason why I highlight my journey is just because I know you can say, okay, you know, there's so many different opportunities and things to offer, but I think it's really important to highlight how to actually, you know, get started in international pharmacy or global pharmacy, if that's something that you'd be interested in, especially as a student. So now into IPSF and what it offers. Like I mentioned before, IPSF is a very, very big organization. It's lasted for so long. And there are so many different elements and components to it. And when I started as SEO, I tried to understand everything all at once, and I realized that's not the case. You kind of have to, you know, slowly get all the information as you go along. But this is sort of kind of like a brief picture of what the different sort of elements that IPS offers. So for instance, there are three different portfolios, within IPSF. So that's the professional development portfolio, the public health portfolio, and the pharmacy education portfolio. And under these are different things that each portfolio offers. So for instance, under the professional development portfolio, you've got things such as the clinical skills event, the industrial skills event, patient counseling, compounding, leaders in training, and trainers development camp. So these are events that typically happen during the flagship events, which is something I will talk about later on as well. But what can happen is, and what you might have seen happen if you follow the IPSF European Regional Office Instagram account, is that the different these different offices can actually host their own events. So recently, the European Regional Office hosted a clinical skills event just for the European members. And what you can also see is the different member organizations, the different countries that are members of IPSF can host their own local events. So that's something that just shows that there are so many different events and opportunities that you can get involved in that come around each year. It's not just around the flagship events that this happens. And then you've got the pharmacy education portfolio. Now, this is something that is kind of run on IPSF main platform. So there are different opportunities to get involved in. So for instance, the pharmacy education newsletter, this is a great way for you to essentially show, the entire federation what you've been working on, whether it's, you've got a research article that you're really, really proud of that you want to publish in that. That's also an opportunity for you to do that. There's also the Young Researchers Forum as well that you can do that in. This is very much for the people who are, who are very much into kind of academia and want to have that first opportunity to showcase their research. And then we've also got internship opportunities that pop up every now and again. So IPSF are partners with the likes of the WHO and the United Nations, and so and multiple other partners as well, which offer internship opportunities that happen throughout the year. Then you've also got so obviously the Federation is very big on advocacy and policy. That's kind of one of the main reasons why it exists, is to advocate. And so there's an advocacy toolkit that you can also use. If, for example, I don't know, you want to release a policy statement, you're not entirely sure of how to do that, the toolkit helps very much with that. And then you've got the public health portfolio. So this is just kind of it's to do with public health initiatives. So for example, there's something called the Vampire Cup. So the Vampire Cup, the goal of that is to raise awareness and increase sort of blood donation. So it's sort of kind of like runs as a competition between countries. But obviously the intention is so that there's an increase in awareness around blood donation. So that's something that BPSA are trying to implement, and you might have seen a post earlier in the mandate regarding it. So just keep an eye out for that on our socials as well. And you've also got public health initiatives that IPSF are involved in that are aligned with WHO and United Nations. And then you've got something which isn't part of a portfolio, it's just a project. So like I mentioned before, the student exchange program, it is the largest project run by IPSF, and there are over 60 countries to choose from. And like I mentioned, there's placements that are available within each country. And you can have within sectors such as community, hospital, industry, academia, and research. So yeah, that is, and by the way, this is not expensive at all to what IPSF offer. There are so many other opportunities that, I think would completely crowd the slide if I was to put them all on, but it's really important, I think, to know where to look for those opportunities, which is something I'll come back to later. So now I mentioned the flagship events, which I think are events that are, they're very important to IPSF. They happen annually, and they're a really good opportunity for everybody to sort of come together and to network. So everybody within the entire federation. So with the flagship events, so like I mentioned, each regional office kind of works as its own entity, essentially. And so within each regional office, there is a regional symposium. And the regional symposium has two parts to it. So it has the symposium part of it, where it's like all workshops and activities and speakers. And then you've got the regional assembly part, which is essentially the conference part. So the regional assembly is the highest decision-making body within the regional office. And within this conference, things such as motions are discussed. So it's a really good opportunity for example, if there are things within the past mandate that people really didn't agree with, this is a really good opportunity to kind of bring up there in the regional assembly to discuss upon it and then to decide and vote. This is also where voting or elections take place for the new regional, what is called as the regional working group, which is essentially the executive team of the regional office. So within the European regional office, the 4th regional symposium happened last year in Bern, Switzerland. And here, like I mentioned, the new team to be working within the new mandate was chosen, and BPSA also attended. As you can see here, there were many participants that attended, and we were able to put forward some motions and pass some motions. So it was a really, really successful event, and I would definitely recommend you guys looking into that. And then we've got the World Congress. So the World Congress is where all the regional officers and all the members, they come together, and yeah, they network, they get to know each other. I mean, it's a really good thing that so for instance, if you're in part of a subcommittee or you're a IPSF officer, you work with other IPSF officers in different countries. And obviously throughout that entire year, you probably don't get the opportunity to see them at any point unless it's at some other external event. So when you go to World Congress, you then get to see these people and you're like, oh, I recognize you, can actually put a name to a face and whatnot. So it's really cool. And I also got to see some of my students when I was in SEO, who came on the BPSA student exchange program. And I got to see them at the World Congress. That was a really good kind of, ton of events. That was really nice to see. And yeah, so the World Congress just, again, it's like the regional symposium, but on a bigger platform, a bigger level, is where everybody comes together. And last year it was hosted in Bali, Indonesia. So yeah, you can see myself and Patrick, who was the previous IPSF officer, down in the bottom, just taking a picture with all the other, a lot of the other IPSF officers and SEOs. So yeah, this was not like there were so many other people at this event. It was a very, very big event. But yeah, so that was a very lovely event. So in terms of, so I've talked about the flagship events from last year. Now, obviously, like I said, they're run annually. Now I'll talk about the ones from this year. So this year, I don't know if you guys have seen, but I'll touch upon the World Congress first because that's the one that's being kind of shown on all the socials if you do follow them. So the 69th World Congress will be happening in Incheon, Republic of Korea, and this will be happening between the 9th and the 17th of August. And again, the same principle as last year, all the regional officers and all the members will come together. There'll be a symposium part of it, and then there'll be an assembly part of it. And yeah, I really, really recommend you guys attend if you're able to. One thing to note is that the second phase, so in terms of registering, there are different phases that happen for the events. So you've got the first phase, the second phase, and the third phase, and the price all increases in each phase. So the first phase is finished, and the second phase is due to open tomorrow, I believe. So tomorrow's March 17th, right? Yeah, tomorrow. So from tomorrow, you'll be able to buy tickets at a slightly increased price from the first one, but still, it's something I feel like if you are really interested in, you should definitely look into. One thing to note as well is that tickets for this event have been very popular. The tickets in the first phase kind of went, they sold out within a matter of minutes. And so I really recommend for you guys to kind of be urgent about it if it's something that you're interested in, because I know it does say until April the 14th, but there's a certain amount of tickets that they have for this phase. So if those all run out, then the phase closes. And then now to talk about the regional symposium. So as you can see here, it says regional assembly. The reason for that is because unfortunately, the regional symposium, so the entire event, is not actually happening this year for reasons that there were no countries that put forward to host the regional symposium this year. So yeah, that's kind of how it works. So the regional office or the regional working group are not the people in charge of making the event or hosting the event or organizing it. It's usually a country or a member association that does so. So like I mentioned last year, it was Switzerland. The year before it was Turkey. And this year, unfortunately, there is no symposium, but there is a regional assembly. So like I mentioned, the regional assembly is the conference element of the entire event. And what will happen is there will be kind of a select number of people from each association who will go and represent their country or their association. And yeah, take part in that. But for further information, a lot will be posted on the Instagram, the different socials, which I'll have at the end slide. If you have any questions, just let me know about that. So I've talked a lot about what we offer, the opportunities, but what is actually going on at this current moment. So I have clipped a few kind of Instagram posts and put them on here. So like I mentioned, there are so many events that go on, but yeah, so the event, the World Congress is happening in Korea. That is a very long way away from where we are now and very expensive as well. And what BPSA do is each year they put aside a certain amount of money to for members to have the opportunity to go if they do need the financial assistance. So we have the BPSA Travel Fund, which opened a couple of days ago, and this is something that if you are attending, if you want to attend the World Congress, or you are attending a student exchange program in a different country, or even the Trainers Development Camp in Czech Republic, this is something that you can apply for. And then, you know, see if you are successful. One thing to note with the travel fund is that it is a reimbursement. So it is the case that you would have to pay for everything up front, and then upon confirmation of you actually attending the event, you will get this reimbursement if you are successful in the application process. And then IPSF Euro have got a charity competition running on the 21st of March. So this will be online on Zoom for World Down Syndrome Day. And it is an opportunity to increase awareness and also donate money. And it's also just a fun night to see other people within the European Regional Office, other members and stuff. So this is open to everyone, as it highlights down there. Certificates will be provided. So if it's something that you want to add to your, I don't know, student CPD portfolio, whatever it is that you have going on, this is a perfect opportunity to do that. And like I mentioned before, in the pharmacy education portfolio, there is the pharmacy education newsletter. There is currently an open call for submissions. So if you have research papers or whatnot, or if you've done like your dissertation project and you have a poster that you want to submit, you can do that through the pharmacy education newsletter. And this is a really good opportunity a really good thing to put on your CV as well, to say that if researchers or academia is the route that you want to go down, this is really good exposure to that. And we've also got so previously, the previous speaker touched a little bit on this, the FIP World Congress, which is happening in Cape Town in South Africa. And then we've also got the, in terms of IPSF as a whole, like the main platform, there's something called the Alliance for Health Professionals, and there are internship opportunities. Again, this is a partner of IPSF, and they have internship opportunities, and you can see the positions there. And if you're interested, you can scan that barcode and learn a little bit more information on that. And yeah, you could also visit the IPSF Instagram accounts. And that leads me nicely onto the next slide. So if you want further information, like I mentioned, you've got the IPSF, so the BPSA's IPSF Instagram account, you've got the main IPSF Instagram account, the Euro account, and you've also got the World Congress Instagram account. So those are all listed there. And if you have any sort of SEP related queries, you can always message our current student exchange officer, Christina, on that email. And if you have any queries for myself, that is my email as well. So thank you so much for listening to my presentation. If you have any questions at all, please let me know. And yeah, I'll stop sharing now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shemsa. That was really insightful, and so many exciting opportunities there for students. So if you really want to get involved, do put yourself forward for these opportunities. There's so much to gain, there's so much to learn from them. So yeah, the floor is open for any questions. If anyone has any questions for Shemsa while she's here with us. I think I have one question. How do you balance your time with these roles? How do you make sure you make the most of kind of your work as a pharmacy trainee, but also within this role?
Yeah, I think that is something that I had a lot of kind of trial and error with as SEO. There was a little bit less workload, but it was still kind of similar. But I think that really helped me figure out, okay, when do I prioritize things? What do I do? So now at this point, I have this rule where I don't let my email inbox get below like the full screen. So if it starts going, or like even half a screen or three quarters, that's when it's like red alerts start like pinging in my head. I'm just like, okay, cool, I need to sort this out. So that's one thing that I do. Other things, I think, to be honest, my genuine interest in it is what also helps with getting on with my work. Like even if I've had a long day at work and I'm just like, hey, cool, I have IPSF things to do, I have BPSA things to do, I still go ahead and do it. But also I feel like I give myself grace as well. I'd make sure that I have time to myself. I'm able to do the things that I actually like to do. But yeah, I think it really helps that my interests in international pharmacy kind of align with everything. So it makes it easier to manage, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, completely agree. I think you do it so well. And yeah, definitely. So it is doable, as you can see, as Shamsa said, like it is manageable, as long as you have your passion for it, and make sure you kind of go with what you want to do, put yourself out there for your interests. But yeah, I don't have any other questions at the moment. So if you do have any more questions, they have the Instagram account. You can also email Shamsa directly through the IPSF email address. Um, but yeah, I think that's everything for now.
Great. Thank you so much, Ramisha, and everybody enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank
Bye.
you. Okay, everyone. So we might go for an earlier break today. So if you leave now and if you come back at 12:45 for our next speaker, who'll be talking a little bit more about NGOs and giving you a deeper insight into that. So we'll join you all at 12:45. Kieran, are we keeping the Zoom on if they want to stay on and have their cameras off? So that's running from the 1st to the 31st of March. So there's a lot of things that they're doing, and we encourage you to get involved. As you've heard from our speakers before, mentioning the importance of the climate crisis and how we should, play a part in helping to mitigate and reduce the impacts that we have. So Kieran, do you want to talk a bit about the competition entries and how they can get involved and what that looks like?
So there's actually not a competition for the climate change campaign this year. That will be run next year. But mainly what we're doing at the moment is we're encouraging you guys to get involved with our climate change webinars. We've got a lot of those running at the moment. We've got 2 upcoming. And we recently did one on greener prescribing. The YouTube video will be going up for that within the next week. So we'd really, really love for you guys to get involved. And watch that, share that around. We had some really, really good speakers come and talk about their experiences in greener prescribing. And as future pharmacists, it's a really big consideration at the moment. As a foundation trainee who does work in a hospital trust, we're seeing a much bigger focus on that. So it's really good CPD for you. And it's a really good kind of baseline knowledge for when you go and start working into practice. We're also going to have a lot of social media going on in terms of tips and tricks and our climate change pledges. So make sure you check out our Instagram, make sure that you're sharing them, interacting where you can.
Thank you, Kieran, for sharing that. On the next slide, I think we have another webinar running tomorrow. So that focuses on respiratory health. So they have a great lineup of speakers. So if you're interested in that field in the future, particularly if you want to do speciality in that field, it's a great opportunity to gain more information and learn a bit more about what that entails. So we'd highly encourage you to attend. It is tomorrow. So if you go on our Instagram, you can access the link and register yourself to join that. It is highly recommended to attend these conferences. Someone's asking what time, so it will be from 11 to 4 tomorrow. Okay, perfect. I think our speaker has actually arrived. Okay, everyone. So I'm excited to introduce you guys to our next speaker. So our next speaker is Dennis. So he's worked in humanitarian commitment and has worked for around over 2 decades now, with a lot of experiencing beginning his involvement in South Sudan humanitarian crisis. He has lent his expertise in numerous disaster responses, including the tsunami emergency in Indonesia and Ebola response in Liberia. So he's had multiple experiences across many different regions. So he also has got a lot of experience from the project management side of things. So there's a lot to gain from listening to his presentation today. So I'll pass it on to Dennis to introduce himself and his presentation.
Okay, hi Ramisa, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Yeah, actually, I'm not gonna repeat what she said. My name is Dennis Nyeberi, and I'm basically an international humanitarian professional. I joined humanitarian work far back in 1996, and I really do enjoy working and helping out people and going into crisis areas where there are disasters. But normally, like the pioneer team, I always form the pioneer operations team, the first team that lands into the ground. So basically what I could say is I've done a couple of missions, like Ramis has mentioned, in several countries. South Sudan, I joined South Sudan humanitarian crisis during the war before independence, and I did more than 5-6 years there. And then after that, I moved to Khartoum. I went to the Darfur emergency response as well. From there, I moved to Aceh tsunami response, where I stayed there from 2005 to 2008. I came back to South Sudan again. Blue Nile State also had crisis, so it looks like I move around where there are crises, and that is what drives my adrenaline, and I feel like I'm more useful. I've worked also in very turbulent responses. Yemen is my current last assignment, and these are very volatile environments where there is need when it comes to a humanitarian response, especially medical health, water and sanitation. These are the elements that most of the communities that are affected suffer from. Now, one other part that I could also say that is a little bit different, I've worked also in academia research with London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, where I was managing a clinical study for a vaccine, Mark, that we are now using in DRC. So after we completed, at least we were given clearance to use that vaccine. So for me, I feel it was a good success for all of us, not only me as a person. Yes, now without wasting much time, I would want us to move to the structured presentation. And I would encourage the audience to ask, tell me to go slow, tell me to repeat, tell me to qualify. I'll try as much as possible and give examples that could be, I'll try to engage the audience as much as possible. Thank you. Now, we are talking about the importance of NGOs in global health. Sometimes this could be a very good question for students, MSc students, to be asked, what do you think is the importance of the NGOs in the global health? What role do they play? I've tried to put a few lines. I've talked about disease outbreak surveillance. I'm sure the audience understands when we talk of disease outbreak, it means the magnitude of the disease has increased beyond the normal control. We are talking about alerts, we are talking about thresholds. Then you realize, as an example, if you're talking of something like malaria, and then normally you have between 37 to 52 patients over a period of a week. But then if you realize that within the same period, you are now having hundreds, then definitely there's something, it's an alert. It just tells you that, hey, this is not the norm. So there are quite a number of things that we need to look at. We need to be aware of the trend and the context under which we are working, because the trend tells you, normally you treat 52, 37 patients within a week in a particular unit or health center. But if you find that this health center, now you are treating 200 people, then it's a red flag that something is happening. Automatically, it will send an alert where there is investigation that has to be done very fast, and it has to be quite rapid. You have to have a team, you have to form a team that will actually do the investigations and come up with the results and preliminary results, and then they will tell you, okay, these are the findings, and this is it. Because the most important thing whenever you talk of a disease outbreak, it's about preparedness in terms of, even if it came in, you have a contingent, there is a team that is ready to respond. There is a team that is ready with the resources. You've already done your research and mapping in the area and know which kind of diseases are prevalent in your region of operation, so that you know the list of diseases. This is what is likely to happen. For example, during heavy rains, maybe we may have waterborne diseases and all this. So once you've done that, even if there is an indicator that the threshold has already surpassed, where you can say, this one actually qualifies to be an outbreak, then your response team automatically jumps in and tries. The first thing they need to do is to look at containing and controlling the spread of whatever outbreak it is, such that it does not affect others. And then those that are affected, of course, are treated, are isolated, and they're taken care of. Now, this role is played very well by international humanitarian organizations and also national humanitarian organizations. We have listed humanitarian intervention. One of the things that we need to be aware of, international humanitarianism, comes in because there are gaps that the legitimate governments are not able to respond to. It's overwhelming. It's something that is beyond which a national government can do. Then they declare this as a disaster that requires international intervention. And that is why the humanitarian world comes together and maps out all these crises and comes up with an intervention approach with the purpose of saving lives and alleviating people from those affected, and also trying to build. We move on to a second step where we try to make sure that we build the resilience of the populations. How do they cope? What kind of coping mechanisms do they have in case this happened again? Or will we again raise a flag and say, international community, please come and help us? So this is what I mean by the importance of the NGOs is humanitarian intervention where the national governments are not able to intervene. Going further to this, you need to look at what exactly does it entail when we are talking of international humanitarian intervention. Now, in my experience, I've just come to conclude that whenever you are talking of humanitarian intervention, pharmaceutical supply chain management is very critical, because some of the challenges and some of the weaknesses that I've noticed over a period of years, you will find that the wrong persons in the healthy units, healthy centers, healthy facilities, hospitals are the ones who are doing a professional job that requires technical skills and expertise. They are the ones that are dispensing, and they are the ones that are diagnosing, because we normally have a problem of understaffing of qualified personnel, because most of the countries that require this kind of services are not able financially to pay for this stuff. So, and then the NGO world is also a bit limited. They prefer using volunteers who might not necessarily have the required skills. And the training part also is limited because there are very few that can be trained to professional level. For example, during an outbreak, you don't have the luxury of just training a nurse from basic to qualified, a pharmacist from basic to qualified. So what people get is basic skills that do not really amount to professional qualification, because that is, and then the context also kind of challenges us, because there are areas where you will find that there is no harmony within the country. So if you are working in this particular region, you cannot get people from another region who are qualified to come and work here. And in most cases, these areas are insecure and they lack basic needs. So they are not really attractive for anybody to really come and volunteer in such circumstances where there is insecurity, they are being underpaid. Actually, at times they're not paid, the pays are delayed. So this is why the NGOs step in and go to those most vulnerable areas and then fill in the gap. However, when we're doing this, we have also learned over the years that sometimes our intervention as humanitarian institutions, we are good, but that sometimes if we are not very careful, especially if we do not define our exit strategy properly. And by so saying, I'll talk more about the exit strategy below. These are some of the things that we need to define. We need to make sure that we have trained staff and we have continuity, because the gap that you have created brings a little bit of normalcy within the community. So when that is the case, this community, you can't pull out as an NGO and then leave them hanging, because we are talking of a number of NGOs. So there has to be a transition, there has to be a well-defined exit strategy that will ensure continuity and sense of ownership by the team that we live on ground, so that when they have that sense of ownership, then they will feel more accountable. Now, the other part that I'll talk about, originally we used to talk about early warning systems. This time they call it E1, that is early warning alert response network. So it's not just, they added that in because the issue of the response is just basic having a complete last mile approach. The early warning systems that we used to have was just basically alert. You've been told and nobody follows and nothing else. But now this one, it's telling you there is response, and there is a network that is responsible. When this information goes out, this team has to make analysis, check, do studies, do rapid assessment, and make sure that they respond to the purported early warning system. Now, I will stop at that. If anybody has any comments or any query, please feel free and just ask or comment. I want to engage everybody. Normally, I always say when there is silence, for me, it's concurrence. It means we are good. Yeah, so Ramisa, let's go to the next slide, please. Yes. Still on page 2 of the importance of the NGOs in the global health, what we need to, I've talked about the setting up of the E1 team. This is the implementation team that is responsible for making the rapid assessments, developing tools and equipment to use, and then establishing reporting units, defining communication channels and protocols, briefing health clusters, and MOH. Now, this basically, if you look at my first bullet point, it talks about information. And this information, how is it gathered? Who is involved? And how is it shared? Because if you look at it, you can see we have talked about health clusters. Health clusters are groups that I made in any other emergency that we have. You will find there are actually clusters, there are sectoral clusters, there are health and nutrition clusters, there are logistics clusters. These are the clusters that actually bring professionals together who discuss and see, have a bigger picture, and they have the mapping of the emergency response that, for example, if we are talking of Yemen, then we have a whole map together, and then all the gaps that have been diagnosed or identified are marked red and said, okay, this one, we need a team to move in to do nutrition. There is a team here that needs to do maybe combined health and nutrition. There is another team here that needs to do wash, that is water and sanitation. And we identify all this because you will find one of the basics, like water is not available. The communities don't have potable water source. So then we have to talk about drilling boreholes, which are extremely very expensive. And once we have put up something like this as an example, because then you know exactly what happens with a community when they don't have adequate potable drinking water. So what kind of diseases are we expecting? What kind of illnesses are we looking at? So then I talked about training, but training is a cross-cutting entity, and it's all those that are involved in the early warning systems, response, and network. All those have to be properly trained so that they can understand what kind of information are they collecting. Whatever information you come up with, when you are analyzing, then you see this information gives X indicators, and then it means this is the kind of response that we will develop commensurate with the warning system that we have come up with. One of the most important things is defining monitoring and evaluation approach. This is where I highly recommend an integrated monitoring and evaluation model. What do I mean by this? We may have read this in books or whatever, but this is totally a new approach, because traditionally from the NGOs and everybody else, the monitoring and evaluation is done they call it midterm and end of the activities. Then that is why I have a totally different view. In my opinion, I would rather have an integrated monitoring and evaluation model that when we are starting a project and an activity from the one, as you take your first 2-3 steps, then you have the monitoring and evaluation controls that will tell you and guide you whether you have deviated or not. I don't mind the midterm or end. Those are good, but they're more informative, but they cannot help us achieve the goals and the aims that we want. But if you have an integrated M&E approach, then it actually checks itself. As you move forward, you cannot falter, you cannot go, because, for example, if you're talking about stocking health facilities with pharmaceuticals and whatever, you need to know the consumption rates. You must have the reports that tell you this is what this particular unit, depending on the locality, because sometimes you find some conditions that are endemic to that particular local area that you are working in. But if you go to the next village, you find that, oh, these ones are not there because probably water is highly chlorinated and it's giving people effect with brown feet, as an example. So I advocate for this, and I have actually developed this within, if I could say, for the last 8 to 9 years. It's a new model and it works well. People have to be ready to see how this model works and what kind of tools, because what you need to know is which project are we doing? Okay, this is the context. Then we are going to develop our M&E tools. Based on this, we have our model, which is integrated. It means you start monitoring and evaluating from the start. As you break the ground and you start your activity, already you've started to check whether are we still on the clear path. Then you will find eventually we are saving a lot in terms of wasted resources and energies as well. And then we are able to achieve our targets and objectives are set. Now, this is what I was talking about, and this is one of the biggest weaknesses that I could say I used to see before: developing an exit strategy. This is not really, it may sound like it's academic, partly yes, but the most important part why you have to have a proper exit strategy is to ensure continuity of the stabilization that you have created with this NGO intervention. You've created some kind of normalcy, and the people need to go back to their normal lives. Now, your objective is to have this continuity. The question now comes, how are you going to do it? Who is going to fund it? All health and medical programs are managed by Ministry of Health in every country. And when I say this, Ministry of Health varies. If you're in the UK, it's completely different. If you're in the US, it's different. If you're in the Netherlands, it's different. If you're in South Sudan, it's different. If you're in Yemen, it's completely different, because you will see a label out there saying Minister of Health. You go in, you don't find anybody, actually. The only time, so there are times the existence of this ministry is something else, but whoever that has been given with the responsibility of running health, those are the people that need to take charge and then invest more on training their staff so that they can be able to execute the duties that are needed. And then number two, on that, we also need to talk about ownership and responsibility. If, for example, if you want an activity to be sustainable or to have a good exit, then you have to have community participation. local government participation, or make sure there is partnership, and there is a lot of popular consultation, what I call popular consultation, such that they feel involved, consulted, valued, and their opinion matters. Then they will have an element of ownership and responsibility. So when they take over, they will not say, oh, well, that project for ADRA. They will say, our project. So, and this is really, that buy-in is very important. And these are some of the areas where I saw quite a number of projects collapse because this element was not captured within our organization or other NGOs. You will come and see a very good project that started, but then all of a sudden, and when you ask the community, they tell you, oh, this project is for NGO ABC. That is wrong. There is no project for NGOs. The projects are for the communities, and they should be owned by the communities. But that can only be done if we invite them, if we involve them, and then hold them accountable. No community that is poor, that cannot step in, even give services in kind. We've done water points, and where guys were like, okay, I will give 5 hours a day, 3 days a week. He will give the same. And then we have the labor for everybody else. So I will stop at that. And then kindly, if you have any query, please feel free. I need to put off, there's a phone making noise. Sorry, I'll excuse myself. Let me put this off. Yes. So as we are talking of the importance of INGOs in global health, I've talked of setting up the E1 teams, training. We are talking of M&E, and then I've also introduced the subject of developing an exit strategy that can actually ensure sustainability of the stability that has been created by this intervention by the NGO. So is there any other comment, or we move on to the next slide? Okay, Ramisa, please, let's go to the next slide. Yeah. Yeah, now I wanted us to talk about disease outbreaks. I know this is a subject that you are all very conversant with, but sometimes it's good to remind ourselves what is a disease outbreak? You know, what does that mean? And you know, what are the effects of these disease outbreaks? I put this here because there are a few things I wanted to highlight on. When we are talking about disease outbreak, is the occurrence, I can read this so that I can highlight that clearly. The occurrence of cases of disease in excess of what would normally be expected in a defined community, geographical area, or now, this goes back to what I was talking about, the alert and the threshold. This is not really, it sounds interesting and conflicting, but it just tells us that the occurrence of disease, there is a level that is accepted and there is a level that we know we can deal with. That, like my introduction, I was saying, we know every week we have 57 patients, 37, oh yeah, that is okay. And on the contrary, we should be figuring out how do we eliminate this. Okay, I could be a little bit of ambitious and say that, but I know if we are within 57, then the next week we are 37, 32, then we know we are okay. But in the event that that goes surpasses, then there is a problem. It tells you there is a problem, there is an alert, so we need to be able to respond, have our teams on ground ready to go and do the rapid assessment and then find out what exactly is this. I picked this, the epidemic-prone diseases, including emerging and re-emerging diseases, constitute great threat to the public health security and the disruption of socio-economic developments of the country. Now, I picked this because Eastern Mediterranean region is the one that suffers a lot. We have all these crises that keep coming one after the other. It's like back to back. And whenever you have a disease outbreak, it completely distorts the socio-economic curve. People don't have a normal life. People cannot earn their normal economic, conduct their normal economic activities as they normally do. So that automatically changes and develops a lot of dependency syndrome, where now these ones are a burden to the community, to the government, to the local government, and then your world as well. Because now you have this population that was responsible, sustaining themselves, but now they need help and they need provision that is, it's basically unlimited, because you cannot define for how long you're going to have an emergency intervention. Now, of course, we have been given examples in the past 20 years. This one is there, basically the dengue fever, cholera. These are the specific, outbreaks that have occurred in the past, and they have been recorded, and they have done a lot of harm to the communities where they have actually been experienced. And even the international community sometimes is overwhelmed, and the response is not as good as it should be, because some of these are extremely expensive, and the donor community is also got very limited resources. Actually, if there could be elimination of some of these diseases like in other countries, I think it will be a good thing. Now, this is the introduction of the disease outbreak. It's a very broad subject, and I've also talked to the organizers that if you dig deep into the disease outbreak overview and then start talking about case studies, you can actually have this for the whole week. It's very, very broad, because then you have to do that globally, because you cannot discuss disease outbreak in isolation of a region. Just for example, say, oh, Southeast Asia. You have to talk about the whole of Asia, you have to talk about globally, you have to talk about Africa, you have to talk about quite all the continents. So this is the introduction on a disease outbreak. And I would want, if anybody has any comments, it's fine, or I can go through, because I've got a few slides on disease outbreak. Probably what you want to ask could be in the next slide. So let me finish the slides for the disease outbreak, and then we can go ahead. Yes, thank you. Now, infectious diseases, and I'm sure the team understands basically what infectious diseases are. And they're basically communicable diseases, transmittable from one person to another. And this, in my opinion, they're actually more worrying, because if they are not contained and controlled, you can imagine them spreading across. And sometimes we get even medical personnel affected. Sometimes there are cases where we have lost lives of medical staff who are responding to these cases. And for me, it's about control, managing them, and understanding the risks. If we understand the risks that are involved in not managing this properly, then we can actually contain them. And they are worrying in the sense that the communities that normally get affected with this kind of illness, they don't have kind of resilience system or coping mechanisms of how they can counter this. They're basically at the mercy of the international organizations because governments, especially in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, they don't have enough to respond. I will give a very interesting example. You cannot compare this with Japan. For example, even if you have any outbreak or anything in Japan, they have the capacity to respond on their own without any other help from anywhere. I've seen quite a number of things. Floods come in. When they talk of temporary shelters, they are actually building very beautiful homes that we will call first-class homes in the third world. Same thing, you see issues happening in the US. They don't call for anybody. They have internal way of resolving and responding to this cases. Now, you've seen there's something that I want to mention here, which actually struck my attention, and I think is important for all of us. When we are talking of some of these infections, we need to look at what are the basic medications that we use whenever these infectious diseases occur. You find that we are talking of antibiotics, antivirals, antifungals, antiprotozoans, and all this. Now, I wanted to challenge the team and mention that what this tells us, when we have this information and we have a crisis, there is an infectious disease that is moving around and we don't know what to do, then I think we have failed as the professionals and the heads of the humanitarian intervention, because this is something that we know exactly we will need antibiotics, antivirals, we will need this. So we should have done our market survey prior and then do our mapping, know that in the event that we have this, we can get this from this X market, and it will take us this amount of time. This is the lead time that we will need to have this. But you find there is an infectious disease in town, and all the pharmaceutical companies and chemists and whoever, they cannot provide even 30% of the antibiotics that we need. So these are some of the things that I look at and I say, if we could capture this ahead and say, we need to improve on this now and make sure we have done, and we can also stock. We can actually map, pre-stock, and make sure that we have a long expiry period, 4 years, 5 years, then you know by the time they reach, let's say, their remaining 2 years or 3 years and they have not been used, then they can be used elsewhere in our other health facilities because they still have 24 months to go. Yeah, so this is what I wanted to mention on infectious diseases. And if anybody has any comment, please feel free. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yes, I'd mentioned this at the introduction, early warning systems. This basically, it's a way of having contingents and managing the risk in terms of humanitarian response. We are talking about diseases, we are talking about outbreaks, so how do we do this? We make sure that our early warning systems are very good enough to inform, alert, such that you can get an alert by the time you have enough tools in place and equipment that will tell you, hey, this is a red flag, we have this. And as you have that red flag, immediately your team basically gets on the ground to do the assessment, investigation, and check whether the alert was real or it was a skewed alert. And after that, we'll go back to the normalcy that I'm not comfortable with, where we say, oh, we know we always receive 57 or 200 patients every 1 week. That is our normal trend. It goes plus or minus. So this is what I wanted to highlight on. And then I wanted to mention that if you have the wrong early warning systems, you are risking lives. Because by the time you mobilize the team, the E1 team, and then you have people on the ground, and you might not be able to contain whatever disease or outbreak that has just come up. So basically, this is what I was saying. And then I picked the rapid detection and response to it as this. We have quite a lot of rapid test kits for most of the diseases, malaria, anti-malaria. You're talking of HIV, AIDS, and all this. So when we have several of those rapid detection kits, and they are readily available, they are usable, and people, professionals are trained how to use them. And they understand why, what means where, how do we get the information from here, and how do we use it to make an informed decision in terms of humanitarian response. Because once you get this information, then you can say, oh, bam, this is our immediate response. Then short term, then of course long term. You can divide that, and you may decide to have for more than 3 phases, but it's practical to have immediate boom, short term, then you define your long term. Once you have this, because you will also have the reporting that we talked about, communication, information, feedback, and this will help you to respond to a humanitarian emergency. Early warning systems, I think we are good. If there is anything, please just feel free. If not, we can move forward. Yeah, now, this is very important. The main reason for the early warning, alert, and response network, the primary objective is to detect and respond rapidly to signals that could indicate outbreaks and clusters of epidemic-prone diseases in humanitarian emergencies. Now, in terms of signals, an E1 measures new cases or the incidence of a condition, a disease, syndrome among patients presenting at a healthcare facility or notified from the community. Now, basically, what this gives is you're being told this is not the trend. This is different. This is not what we experience here. We have a spike, for example. We have a spike on how many patients we are seeing in a day, and as much as we could have the same for total number for a week or for a month, but for the first 2 weeks, they were completely at the top. Normally we were getting 17, but at that time we are dealing with 50, 60. Then for some reason, it went down. Now the total, if you're doing, the longer the period you're doing assessment, the more inaccurate the information will be, depending on where you are looking at it from, because you can have week 1 and week 2, you've already reached your normal weekly 52, 57 patients a week, a month. Then the other ones are spread thin. So when we look at this, we also look at external factors. For example, when you are looking at the context, you look at which, I can give you an example of when I was in South Sudan, and I remember I was coordinator for National Immunization Days. Now, we had the populations very high of the children that needs to be vaccinated. But whenever the vaccination was done, we were doing 45. We never even got to 50%. So, and then we were brainstorming, and then I said, okay, why don't we think out of the box? Who are the Sudanese? Who are we missing out? Then I said, we have a big number of traders. Traders, they move with their children, they move with their families. And then we have the nomads who are basically, I don't know, 35, if not 50%. They also move with family, with their stock, with everything. So they move, including with the children. So at that time, okay, thanks. We are almost moving. So at that time, I noticed that the best thing to do is to capture the migratory populations and the migratory population. So what we did is we have to make sure all the parts on the roads, we have vaccinators with the vaccine carriers, and they're capturing this. And when we did that, we were able to go up to 78%, which for me was really good. So basically, this is what we are talking about when we are talking about early warning, alert, and response network. Let's move to the next slide, please. Yeah, I think I've talked much about what I wanted to. This is basically the same early warning. I wanted to say that during humanitarian emergencies, these broad public health surveillance systems may be underperforming, disrupted, or non-existent. Thus, these systems may quickly become overwhelmed and unable to adequately meet surveillance information of a humanitarian emergency when data timeliness and high quality are crucial. The reason why I highlighted that in blue is like most of the countries where we do all this humanitarian response, they don't respect the international health regulatory and public health emergency, all these concerns. They don't, all these bodies, they are not members. So there are cases that you will not be able to have anybody to hold accountable because they don't really have like legitimate governments in place that you can hold accountable. Okay, let's move forward. Yeah, now, this is basically, I've talked about this, and sometimes you can have parallel system with the government. Normally the governments have some of these early warning system institutions, but unfortunately they are not working and they don't even have the correct data. So they're completely not reliable. That is why NGOs have to come in and fill in the void and take charge and take care of that. There are other emergencies that are not really epidemic conditions, like TB is an issue, HIV is one of them. And these are some of the things that we need to take into account when we are talking about epidemics, we are talking about disaster, all these emergencies. These are there, and we need to look at them. How do we contain them, and how, because they're more of habitual. People have to have the habit of getting the treatment that they are needed, that is needed, and then the isolation and the discipline. So I think this is the last page for the early warning system. Let's see the next one. Yeah. Now, project management approaches. I was trying to be as practical and pragmatic as possible. Humanitarian security risk management allows greater access to an impact for crisis-affected populations. One of the challenges that we have is security risk management. You're in a place like now in Yemen where there is war, you can't really access the populations that are affected because you to secure other, which is coordinated by humanitarian actors to improve the predictability, speed, and effectiveness of response to emergencies. Some of this, in my opinion, sometimes they don't exist, they are not reliable, but they're there. We don't really use this because it doesn't work. Humanitarianism is based on a view that all human beings deserve. This is basically the spirit of international humanitarianism, what it means, how you deal with people, how you embrace them, and how you make them feel part of the bigger community. Now, to adopt an effective project management strategy, one needs to understand the local context, make sure you have the clear goals. These are some of the things, because if you don't understand the context, you can come with an academic approach that will not work in an area, and it's not suitable for that particular area. That is why I say we need to contextualize everything that we are talking about, and we need to have that agility and flexibility to respond to issues and challenges and make sure that we are all being accountable. I wanted to say the last point on this. The last bullet point here says, pharmacists are very essential in international humanitarian intervention. Their role will be managing pharmaceutical supply chain, adding great value as professional pharmacists, because one of the challenges that I mentioned at the introduction, we have people who are not qualified dispensing and playing the role of pharmacists while we don't have qualified pharmacists. So when you have a pharmacist in the humanitarian web, you have already succeeded in that intervention 60 to 70%. Yeah, let's go. Let's go to the one, and then after that, we will see if we have any other questions. Now, these are the challenges that, there are so many challenges, but I just limited them to culture, where you have to sensitize expatriates, because I read a book about the people in Myanmar, I think I know their culture and I understand them. This is not a very good mentality, and the stereotype also affects us. We are really difficult people to deal with, because we need to be sensitized to understand the norms, the do's and the don'ts, so that we can fit into a culture. Religion is the same. Some people make comments about religion. Oh, these people, they claim they're religious and they're doing ABC. And I always say, that is not your job. You know, we don't talk about religion. We don't discuss, we respect one's religion the way they respect our religions. For the language barriers, I encourage expatriates, when you speak a few words in the local language, you gain a lot of acceptance and friendship, and then they feel like you like them. They will be very friendly to you, so it will actually help you overcoming most of the obstacles. There is historical bad experiences with NGOs. There are areas where we have gone and we have been chased because NGOs did not do a good job. So this one requires advocacy and lobbying, while enhancing neutrality, impartiality, and telling them, hey, for us, this is what we'll do, and this is how it will help you, but we want to involve you. We will do what you want, not what we want, but we will collectively determine what is good for you, but this is our limitation, these are our resources, and we are willing to support. One of the challenges is also inaccessibility of affected populations. This could be because of transportation or because of insecurity. Insecurity is quite a big thing in international humanitarian, because you have to take care of your staff before they get to help those who are affected. I put a point there that I believe will be more important for the pharmacists, because unavailability of essential pharmaceuticals. This is one of the biggest challenges that all the emergencies that we have in the world globally. I think it's Ukraine is the one that has not suffered much, because most of all the European countries were very supportive and they can get everything from the doorstep. But in other countries, we have a shortfall of essential pharmaceuticals. So what we need to do is to address the import and custom barriers, lobby for recognition of local pharmaceutical regulatory and certification entities to reduce the reliance on importation of pharmaceuticals, so that we can have this produced locally and accepted. And then moving to another supply chain approach, which I've done this in Yemen, I've done this in Afghanistan, and I did that also in Indonesia, Sudan, and South Sudan, and Nigeria actually. Put in place pharmaceutical supply framework agreements. These ones are really good, and explore the regional markets. Once you do that, then you will know, oh, because if it's the regional market, then we will not have more barriers, because some region blocks, like for example, if we are talking of the East African community, South African community, MENA, Middle East, and it's just one block. So anything that you want to get from there will be facilitated, and you will not have a lot of challenges. Yeah, now let's move to the last slide. Then after that, we can look at if we have any other questions. Now, I picked a few lessons learned from my experience, and probably you might have more. Actually, with time, I think we would have put a big list, but the importance of lessons learned. If documented and disseminated properly, lessons learned provide a powerful method of sharing ideas for improved work, processes, operation, quality, safety, cost effectiveness, name it, all the benefits. And this will help improve management decisions. In other words, you will have informed decision making from a context that is real. Now, and worker performance through every phase of a project. They have to be documented in a very precise way such that they can be used for decision making with the management. Now, document mistakes. By documenting mistakes, one is able to develop strategies to avoid repeating them in future projects. This helps reduce risks, improve project outcomes, and ensure continuous improvement. Normally, most organizations do not conduct lessons learned meetings because they feel like, oh, we will be criticized. But I always insist on this. And I say, yes, let's get positive criticism, then we can improve how we can intervene in other areas. So this meeting is very important because it gives you feedback and it will help you improve where probably you make mistakes or missteps in a project, and you can say, hey, this is, if this is it, we can avoid this in the future if we do ABC. So that is why these meetings are very important. And then I added one that conducting a prior mock market assessment is very important. I mentioned this earlier on, that you have to understand your region. What are the likely epidemics or disease outbreaks that you are likely to get? Then conduct a mock market assessment on what is readily available. And even the regional markets I'm talking about, how far can we go in case we have a list of these kind of diseases and outbreaks, and then make that assessment, have something in place that you can work on. Then also, what is lacking in most of the health facilities that I went through, most of the countries, we don't have proper consumption reporting mechanism. We have the reports, but then the information we are getting is not correct. Sometimes it's inflated. And when you look at the attendance sheet, there are very few people, but then the consumption is so high. So this is what I'm saying. We need to put in place accurate pharmaceutical consumption reporting mechanisms. This will help inform accurate pharmaceutical needs ordering and restocking. I think I will stop at that, and let's, if we have any general questions or specifics, please. I don't know, I will ask our secretary, do we still have time? How many few minutes, Lorraine?
Yeah, so we have a couple minutes, so we could maybe do one or two questions. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to put it in the chat, or if you want to unmute yourself, you're more than welcome to do that as well.
I think you've given a really comprehensive overview into the world of NGOs that we just do not get in our curriculum. So thank you. But the question I have, because our audience are ranging between pharmacy students, trainees, and some qualified pharmacists, what advice would you give in terms of gaining experience at this stage in our journeys to transition into a career within an NGO later on in the future?
Yeah, actually, what the advice that I'll give you is very basic. I'll tell you that any opportunity that you can get to be involved with pharmaceutical supply chain management, you can go for the ERPs, you can go to M-Supply, you can do anything. It's very, very, very important. And then what also happens is, to answer your question, I'll tell you that we had a very big uh, pharmacy with London School when we were doing the clinical study. And then when I went in, everything was on paper. I was just going crazy. So, and I tried to do an internal ERP system, which was tailor-made to our needs, because first of all, I've used M-Supply. M-Supply is very good, but it works well in the developed world, where, because when you run short of stock, it actually alerts the supplier that this item is gone down. So that was not working for us, but I borrowed a few ideas from there. And I will strongly encourage you, when you get an opportunity, please get access to an NGO that can give you an opportunity to work in a pharmacy, especially in the developing world. Because you will understand, like, for example, now I manage that in Yemen. We have the north, where we have the hospitals and the health facilities, big institutions where we make orders, $500,000 a purchase order and what have you. And then we have the south, which has got only units that are very small. And this is where the challenge is. Now, that is what I would want to respond to Debbie, that you need to have this opportunity to get to these small facilities, units, and be able to help them come up with a system that can actually bring the quantification of the pharmaceutical needs. That is what I will strongly encourage you, because what is going to happen, for example, if I was recruiting you, I will assume that you know, and you've shocked me that this is not part of the curriculum. Okay, I don't expect this. This is not really like a pharmaceutical study case that we're talking about. But what I want to say is this: if you can have that kind of chance, have a look at, you are going to give your profession, which is a qualified pharmacist, but in an institution that is very basic, where at the end of the day, you will feel like you are underutilized. But for us in the humanitarian cycle, we know very well you've been well utilized, because now you will go learn how to do quantification of consumption in a unit where they have 200 patients a month or 3 months. And then on this other side, the hospital receives, I don't know, almost 1,000 patients a month. So we have all these disparities that we have. So anything that can give you an opportunity to be part of this quantification, because that is where the global health is moving towards. Because if you look at positions that they advertise, for example, you will see a logistics manager, somebody who has medical logistics background. And this kind of things, this is the reason why sometimes when I apply for these jobs, they ask me, please, can you come, because you've done it. I've done it and I've gone out of the step. And now when I'm talking, like if I talk to pharmacists, we will agree with you. I'm not a pharmacist by profession, but I understand that pharmaceutical approach. When we were doing the clinical study, all my staff was clinicians. They were all doctors. They were all professionals. And they are asking me how, and I had to guide them how we do a study, how, because it was a blinded study, and I was the only one who has access to the unblinded. Nobody knew what was a placebo, not what was a vaccine. It's only me who knew. And the reason why we did that is because when we are managing risk, sometimes you lose participants and they come and say, your vaccine is the one that killed. Then we say, sorry, we gave you a placebo. We did not give you a vaccine. Then we investigate what the cause of the death was. So basically, Debbie, to answer your question, you need to try as much as possible and be diverse. Don't narrow down to, because pharmacy now has grown, and there are also other memberships that you can join where the NGO world is actually meeting. And that's what I would really encourage you.
Once again, thank you so much, Dennis, for coming here and sharing your wealth of experience and invaluable knowledge. I'm sure we've all gained a lot of insight into NGOs and a lot of more of what actually goes behind the scenes. So we all thank you for joining us. You're more than welcome to stay to hear the next talk. But I understand you're very busy, so it's completely up to you. But thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. I would like to listen. I can just, so long as I put all the video and just listen on the background, I'll not interfere, but I'll just see how it goes. I would also want to hear, because I'm sure probably the speaker was also listening to what I was saying, and they will have the record as well. I hope you'll be able to share with me the recording so that it's something that I can put in my library as well.
Yeah, definitely. So everyone, we have our next speaker with us today. Kieran, if you could please share the screen. So everyone, I'd like to introduce to you our next guest speaker. So Victoria, she is a visionary leader whose dedication to advancing pharmacy practice on a global scale has left an indelible mark in the field. So in 2016, she made history as a CEO of the Commonwealth Pharmacy Association, and her leadership has propelled the organization to new heights. So under her stewardship, the CPA has significantly expanded its footprint and work streams, championing better access to and utilization of medicines in resource-limited settings. So I won't continue further. I'll let Victoria take over and tell us a little bit more about what she does and share her presentation.
Thanks, Remy. So that's a really kind introduction. It's really nice to be here. Thank you for the invite. I hope you can all hear me. Is that okay? If I just attempt to share my screen, is that okay? I think you need to enable there we go. I'm hoping this is the right one. Can you see my screen? Yeah, perfect. Yes. Right. So I know I've got the kind of post-lunch slot, haven't I? So I hope you're all still awake, and I just want to encourage you to kind of do a bit of activity in the chat box perhaps, and I don't know if I can see the chat box here, but it would be good to kind of get some interaction. So if there's any questions that you've got, I'm sure you're going to type them in there for me to answer maybe at the end, or there's a Q&A session as well. So I'm going to talk to you about our organisation, the Commonwealth Pharmacists Association. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. Please, like, if you have, maybe put your hands up, because it's kind of always nice to see. Great. So I know I'm following on from a very good talk, which was much more humanitarian in its kind of slant, and very important, but we're not, I wouldn't describe us as a humanitarian charity. We are a membership association. We work with low and middle income countries, and our role is really to strengthen the pharmacy profession in those countries, and we do a lot of work around health system strengthening as well. So hopefully by doing some of that work, when sort of crises come, they're a bit more sort of resilient and prepared, but we're not the people that go and respond to emergencies. So it's a little bit different. I hope that's okay. So I'm just going to talk you through a little bit about the organisation. And then I'm just going to maybe just give you a little rundown of how I got here, just so that you kind of have a bit of an idea of, you know, as pharmacists, it's not just all about working behind a counter and seeing patients. There's lots more that we can do. And yeah, you shouldn't limit your vision for your careers and your futures. So just a bit to start with about the Commonwealth. I don't know how many of you have heard of the Commonwealth. You must have done, because you've kind of heard of the Commonwealth Pharmacists Association. So just to give you an idea, that it's 1/3 of the world's population. So it's a really significant proportion. It has a significant number of low and middle income countries in that 1/3, and obviously a significant amount of both infectious and non-infectious disease burdens. The interesting thing particularly is that it's very young. They have a very young population. I cannot remember off the top of my head what the percentage is, but it's something incredible, like 70% of the Commonwealth is below the age of 35 or something. So it's a very young population, and that's kind of what the Commonwealth has been focusing on more recently. So that's where we work. Our heritage, we were set up in 1969 by the Royal Pharmaceutical Society, and we became independent of them in 2015 as a charity. So we have our head offices still there. They still support us. We have got a very good relationship with them, but we are independent. We're an accredited organisation of the Commonwealth, which gives us our own very unique kind of avenues. And we're also a very active member of the Commonwealth Health Professions and Partners Alliance, which is an alliance which brings together all the healthcare professionals under one umbrella. So our vision is to lead and develop the pharmacy profession across the Commonwealth. And that's really why we were set up initially by the Royal Pharmaceutical Society. We are part of a much bigger network. So this is quite a busy slide here, but I think you kind of get the idea that the Commonwealth, the head of the Commonwealth is up here. So that's King Charles. Below him is the Secretary General, who works very closely with us. And she is responsible for all the kind of dialogue with the 56 heads of states. We also work very closely with the health ministers and the Commonwealth Secretariat as well. So we're down here, CPA. Our members are the National Pharmacy Associations, and we liaise with them. We ask them what their issues are, what their challenges are, what their priorities are, and we feed this into our advocacy channels, and we take advantage of all the advocacy opportunities we get. In a year, we have opportunities to feed into the health ministers meeting, and we do this, it's quite complicated here, isn't it, through the Commonwealth Advisory Committee on Health, and there's also a civil society policy forum which feeds directly into the health ministers meeting to try and raise issues with them that we think are really important and we want them to address. And then every 2 years we have the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, which is held at a different Commonwealth country. This year it's in Samoa, so we're just working up our advocacy around that, and we're going to hopefully have a side event which will be part of the People's Forum. That's where civil society get together and try to influence government on issues that matter to them. And then we also get to submit some papers to the meeting, which goes through this pre-meeting called the Committee of the Committee of the Whole, or the COW. So it's very kind of complex in terms of trying to understand these advocacy channels, but it's great that we've got this as well as the work that we do with our grassroots organisations, because it means that we can then communicate the issues that people are seeing on the ground to the higher level ministers, and then try to also support people on the ground in terms of implementing policies in their own countries. We are in special relationship with WHO as well, so we have a work plan with them that we deliver, and that's been really helpful having those connections as well. So just moving on, it's just so you've got an idea of our national member associations. There's 56 Commonwealth countries. We work with their national pharmacy associations. Many Commonwealth countries still don't have member associations, so we work quite actively with their sort of individual pharmacists, and at the moment we're talking to some of the Pacific Islands, where there's only a handful of pharmacists there, to try to get them some kind of network which could count perhaps as a member association. Because what we want to do is try to increase capacity within countries so that they can be a louder voice and they can actually advocate for the issues that they're facing as a profession. So we are a charity. These are our charitable objectives. We will build strong and diverse collaborative networks. So it's very important, this collaborative side of what we do. We'll partner to improve the quality of pharmacy practice, and this is always for the benefit of patients and the people that we sort of serve in our communities. And we'll work to improve the knowledge and skills of pharmacists through educational resources and various different ways of sharing those. I hope you're all still with me. Our mission is to empower pharmacists to improve health and well-being throughout the Commonwealth, and I think that really ties into what I've just said around trying to empower pharmacists in country, and that's really what we try to do, so that they can be their own voice for the profession. Our strategic goals here are listed. So we've got 3 focus areas. We work to build workforce capability through education and training. We work to strengthen health systems through the safe and effective use of medicines. And we do a lot of advocacy, and this advocacy is all around making sure pharmacists are at the table and embedded in every level of medicines management, because we believe they're key to enhancing the access and the quality of medicines and pharmacy services. So just going to give you a bit of a flavour of our programmes. There's quite a lot of data here, which I'll kind of touch on, but I just want to kind of give you a bit more of an overview really than anything else. So this is the first way that we deliver our mission, through education and practice resources. So this is our age-old farm aid system. So we collect British national formularies. We used to collect them from the NHS and deliver them to our members in country. The last few years, because of COVID, we haven't done those collections, but we've been very lucky and had enough books donated from the Royal Pharmaceutical Society's Pharmaceutical Press and from NICE to fulfil those orders from our members, and they really appreciate them in country. It's their kind of source of particularly sort of drug interaction and pregnancy and breastfeeding information that they struggle to get elsewhere. So we continue to kind of run that whilst we've still got the imprint books, but we're looking at digital alternatives as we kind of move forwards. So building on that, we developed our continuing professional development platform. And you can see here we've got 22 countries so far that have got access to those out of 56. So we're working through countries sort of systematically. We've got over 10,000 pharmacists onboarded and using that platform. We've so far got 9 courses on there, and that's growing all the time. We have individual member access too, that's been recently launched. So if you do want access, you can get that through our website. There are some courses on AMS that are free to access, and others require you to pay for a membership fee, which is only £20 a year. But there are other ways that you can sort of access our resources as well if you're members of your National Pharmacy Association and you are in a low middle income country. So there's different methods of access, and we continually ask people their feedback on this. The thing that makes our platform, I think, different to others is that we work with pharmacists in country to develop these courses. So it's very much designed for low middle income pharmacists. And we also give them certificates of completion, which are co-branded by the National Pharmacy Associations of their country. So again, it's building the capacity of the pharmacy associations in their own countries by enabling them to give their own pharmacists something for their membership fees. So we've been quite successful in Tanzania, for example. It resulted in quite a lot of pharmacists becoming members of their national association because this was an added benefit of their membership. Just to give you a flavour of what we've got on there. So we started with AMS and infectious diseases. We're now moving into non-communicable diseases. We've got a diabetes course and we're building the ones underneath. And then we have these pharmacy practice courses. So we've got one in behavioural change and we're creating more around these topics that you can see here. We continue to build also different ways of delivering education. So we recently done a survey where our learners have said that they would like more case studies, webinars, communities of practice, etc. So as we expand our platform, we're taking that into account as well. And we haven't stopped there. So we know that pharmacists need the basic building blocks to enhance education in the countries that we're working with. A lot of their undergraduate degrees didn't include much clinical pharmacy, and they're now being expected to kind of take on sort of more patient-facing roles. So we're trying to bridge that gap. And we're also looking at delivering some specialist training. So we've run now for 2 years a course with UCLH on the fundamentals of critical care, where UCLH have offered us 53 places for low and middle income pharmacists, and it's been an overwhelming response. So we are looking at ways to fund additional places in the years to come, and also trying to engage with other specialist groups such as the oncology pharmacists, the paediatric pharmacists, to see if we can do something similar. Because I think the UK has got a tremendous amount of expertise and potential to help to sort of upskill other pharmacists around the Commonwealth as well. So next slide. Okay, the second way that we work is really providing opportunities for pharmacists to be involved in strengthening health systems. So I've said that there's a gap in education levels between what pharmacists have been trained to do and what they're being expected to do and where they need to move their careers to. But there's also often a lack of recognition for pharmacists in these health systems. So we work with many other organisations developing sort of health system strengthening programs, and within that we try to ensure that pharmacists are given the opportunities to have leadership roles within those programs and really demonstrate the value add that they have to their own health systems. So our first kind of health system strengthening sort of program is the Commonwealth Partnerships for Antimicrobial Stewardship. I'm sure some of you have heard of these. It's something that's been going since 2018, and we originally set this up with the Tropical Health and Education Trust. So we are the technical leads on this. We designed the program and we asked them to come in and help support it with their health systems, their health partnership approach, which means they manage the grants. So we have 24 health partnerships that each have a grant across 8 African countries. And we've been through 2 rounds of funding. So we're now in phase 2. It's been extremely successful in terms of improving antimicrobial stewardship and infection prevention control, and also putting pharmacists at the heart of the kind of leadership side of this. One example we have in Tanzania is that the pharmacists have been so loved on the infection prevention control rounds that they've been asked to extend their clinical pharmacy services in other areas in the hospital, and that's really what we want to see. This is about antimicrobial stewardship, but it is also about demonstrating the value add that pharmacists can bring to multidisciplinary teams. So these are some of the outcomes from our phase 1. You can see here the number of partnerships we had, and we trained 6,500 healthcare workers, and we sort of tested them on their knowledge. So you can see like a big improvement in their knowledge here. And the program involved 370 NHS volunteers, over 2,000 volunteering days. And the thing that we really kind of emphasise this here time and time again is the benefits back to the NHS that was seen, and the leadership skills that the volunteers built through this process. Their kind of own personal growth has been exponential, I would say. And a lot of those pharmacists who previously were thinking of maybe leaving the profession or felt kind of really disillusioned with their roles at work, it really gave them more kind of motivation and another kind of angle to their work. So I really recommend, if you ever get a chance to do anything which is a little bit outside the box, to take that. So alongside that program, we ran a fellowship program for the UK pharmacists that have been involved in the AMS programs, and we've had 2 cohorts of these. And again, we've had a paper published which outlines the benefits back to the NHS and the effects on these fellows, which their kind of own personal growth and leadership skills have exponentially benefited from being involved in these programs. So this fellowship program was so successful that our African counterparts said to us, what about us? So we did a scoping study and developed a fellowship program for our African pharmacists. So this round of the Commonwealth Partnerships for Antimicrobial Stewardship, we have 45 fellows enrolled in this program. So 45 pharmacists in Africa who are mid-career pharmacists enrolled in this bespoke leadership program, which is to equip pharmacists to carry out AMS interventions independently, but also really to develop this cohort of leaders. And it's very exciting to see the growth of these young pharmacists. And honestly, many of my team have just been reduced to tears in terms of the growth that we've seen in them and how much their confidence has grown. It's just so amazing to see, and hopefully they'll go on and become change makers in their own kind of regions and countries as a result of this experience. And we also have another AMR program which is kind of spun off of this, which is called Spark, and that's got two kind of elements to it. One is a prescribing app where we work with countries to upload their national guidelines and really publicise the fact that they're there, so people need to refer to them and use them when they're prescribing. And then we also have a train the trainer element to this, where we go out in country and we look at the data that people are collecting around antimicrobial use, and we train them how to interpret that and how to feed it back and how to influence behaviour change as part of that process. So that's ongoing, and that's a multidisciplinary team again, with pharmacy leadership, so really demonstrating the role of pharmacy here and the importance of our skill set. This is just giving you some idea about our prescribing app. I think I'll just skip over that one. And now this is the train the trainer kind of data that we've got, just to give you an idea of you know, the scope and the reach of our programs. So the third kind of thing that we do to empower pharmacists is around advocacy and policy. So we've got a few things that we are focusing on at the moment. One is this, the voluntary information and price sharing database. So I'm sure you all know access to medicines is a huge issue around the world, and it's just been made worse by conflicts that are happening more recently. COVID was also a big issue in terms of access, and we learned a lot from that. So since 2018, I've been chairing a task force that was set up at the request of the Commonwealth governments, looking at the prices of medicines and access to medicines around the Commonwealth. So a lot of the countries that are part of the Commonwealth, the small island or developing states, they often don't get such a good deal on medicines as big countries that can buy in bulk. So we're looking at how we can perhaps join some of these countries up, how we can help them to reduce the price of their medicines so that they can get a better deal and improve access for their own people. So this has really morphed into a heads of procurement network. So we have webinars with these heads of procurement, which many of whom are pharmacists around the Commonwealth, talking about their issues and what we can do collaboratively as a network to help to address some of those. So this is kind of an ongoing program of work, but it's very high level and very much putting pharmacy there on the map and in front of the health ministers and the heads of government to say that we have this really important role in ensuring access to medicines. Secondly, as I kind of shared at the beginning, we have various different advocacy networks. Last year we produced a paper that went on to the Commonwealth health ministers, and this paper was around substandard and falsified medicine and the global burden of disease around this. Sorry, not the global burden of disease, the global burden around this. I think you probably know that low middle income countries have an increasing number of substantial and falsified medicines in their systems, and it's really impacting the way that we treat disease and the way that we kind of manage things, because, for example, with antimicrobial resistance, we know that a lot of antimicrobials are substantial and falsified. So obviously when we're trying to treat infections, that is not helpful in terms of trying to sort of tackle this huge global health crisis. So we managed to write and deliver a paper at the Commonwealth Health Ministers meeting in collaboration with one of the governments, so the Minister of Togo, to try to raise the profile of this and ask for action in terms of thinking about how we can strengthen regulatory frameworks and increase education and awareness around this. So we're working with WHO at the moment in terms of trying to encourage countries to develop their own national action plans around this. So to talk about how they are going to tackle it in their own countries, and how strengthening regulation and the involvement of pharmacies fit into that. The other thing that we do is that we have a lot of research going on. So we've had over 35 publications since 2018. We go to several different conferences every year, and we've presented many conference abstracts, presentations, conference talks. We're going to Cape Town this year to present some of our work on antimicrobial resistance at the International Pharmaceutical Federation. I'm talking on Monday at the Africa Health Summit in London about some of this work as well. And again, really trying to raise the profile of the importance of pharmacy sort of within the health systems that we work in. It's just some of the pictures from various things that we've done. And one of the things I really like is we try to get our pharmacists in country to be involved as much as possible. So I don't know if you can see here, this is a picture of William, who's our president in Malawi, sorry, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society in Malawi. And he's talking about his involvement with the Commonwealth Partnerships for Antimicrobial Stewardship. So it's really trying to put the spotlight on pharmacists in those countries, as well as obviously the work that we're doing sort of centrally, bringing it all together. We do various digital campaigns throughout the year. So I don't know if you know, Commonwealth Pharmacist Day is on the 16th of June. And we always have some campaign that we run around this. This year it was your pharmacist, your access to infection management, sorry, your pharmacy, your access to, and then we left it blank and people could then add in what they wanted to emphasize. So we had a really good response to this. We also have a digital campaign around World Antimicrobial Awareness Week each year that we run. And I think you've kind of seen some of the webinars that we've been doing with FIP last year around that as well. That was really successful. So we often collaborate with FIP in various ways. So kind of leaves me to sort of say, how can you get involved? If you like what we've said, what you've heard today, we are growing significantly. We are sort of expanding our membership, also the volunteers we're working with, and we really kind of need your help in various different ways. So if you want to sign up to be a member, you can sign up here. There is an option to be a patron as well. So these people pay a little bit more money each year, and they have their photo on our patrons wall as a kind of official supporter of our organisation. Another way that you can really support us, and this doesn't cost anything at all, is to join us as a digital ambassador and try to promote some of the work that we're doing on our various social media channels to really kind of amplify those messages. And the third way is that you can volunteer. We've got a volunteer register that we go to each time that we kind of need volunteers to do various projects. So if you do want to volunteer, put your name down and see where it leads. You never know. So I think lastly, I just wanted to sort of say to you, well, how did I get here? So I think that was one of the questions I was asked when I said that I would do this presentation. You can see a quote here from one of my favorite kind of what would you call it, visionaries, influencers, I don't know what you would say, but from Mary Oliver, it says, "Tell me, what is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life?" So I just want to inspire you really to say that, you know, you've all undertaken pharmacy as a professional degree. There's so many things that you can do with it. Don't limit yourself. If you've got a passion, follow it, because you never know where it's going to lead. So I really like that book, Ikigai. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's really talking about what you can do with your life in terms of your purpose should be what the world needs, what you're passionate about, and what you can get paid for. So if you can combine those three things, I think that's a real secret to success. So don't limit yourselves. You're all here because obviously you've got an interest in humanitarian and global pharmacy. Don't let people tell you you can't do things. If you can kind of create a vision, if you know where you want to go, you're halfway there, and you can definitely kind of move your careers in any direction you want. So just get the experience, get the kind of qualifications you might need to underpin any roles that you potentially would like to do in the future, and just kind of expand your networks and enjoy it, see where it takes you. So I hope that's helpful. I don't know if you've got any questions at all. I will kind of stop sharing now so I can see the chat box, if that's okay.
So thank you, Victoria, for sharing and for highlighting the impactful work that you do across the globe. It's so lovely to hear how you empower pharmacists in those lower and middle income countries. It's definitely been an inspiration to us all today. So I'll open the floor to any questions. I do have a question myself, and that is, could you explain or elaborate on any challenges that you faced when you're advocating for these pharmacy professions at that international level?
There's always challenges. So I think one really good example that I have is when I first started in this role in 2016, and the first thing I did was go out to Sri Lanka because there was a Commonwealth meeting out there, and I spoke to the Commonwealth, sorry, not the Commonwealth, the Sri Lankan health minister, and I said, so pharmacists, do you have your own regulator? Like tell me about the profession out there. Oh, they said, no. Doctors can teach pharmacists everything they need to know. Why would they need their own regulator? They just do what we say. And you know, we had a bit of a discussion around this because I think pharmacists, you know, as a profession should be self-regulated, and that I think gives them the space to develop their own kind of scope of sort of practice and what the actual profession is in that country. And it took me till last year until they phoned me up and said, we want to change the regulation of pharmacists in Sri Lanka. Will you help us? So it's been a long journey, but I just think you just don't give up. And you just keep, if you're consistent in your messaging and you know that, you know, working with the Pharmaceutical Society in Sri Lanka, we knew what the issues were, we knew what they needed, and we just kept on saying the same thing again and again to different people until somebody listened, until something happened in country where they had some medicine incidences which made them think, oh, maybe pharmacy regulation does need to be addressed now. So I think that's probably the biggest challenge, is that working with a lot of these countries, pharmacy is not recognised, and trying to roll out the programs that we do is sometimes a challenge because of that. But I think, you know, it can also be a way of advocating for the profession and hopefully getting changes finally for them.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Does anyone have any other questions they would like whilst we have Victoria with us? I'll just check the chat to see if there's any questions. Someone's asking about the slides, so we're happy to share them with you after the conference has ended.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just some thanks in the chat box. yeah, I don't know if there's anything else you want to know, but I think when I took over this role, CPA didn't really do very much at all. So we've expanded it significantly. And yeah, we're always looking for people to sort of work with us and advocate for us and sort of spread the messages. We've got some volunteers at the moment working on some of our research projects, which is always nice because then they end up with sort of publications and a kind of another angle to their own sort of NHS jobs or whatever. And I think throughout the pandemic, we always wondered, should we like close our programs down because everyone was like really stressed and, you know, we didn't want to put more burden on them. But actually we were told, no, people want to carry on doing this work because I think it was like a pleasant distraction from like, you know, the stress of work and their own kind of day job. So yeah, I really think if you're all interested in humanitarian work, like, you know, there's no reason why you might need to kind of initially get some experience in pharmacy under your belt, but, you know, keep your hand in other ways and volunteering and, you know, doing a bit of maybe writing or sort of organizing conferences. There's all sorts of things that you can do if you just kind of put your hand up and sort of make yourself known that you're around and you're interested. So get as much experience as possible, I would say. And you never know who you're going to meet and where it might lead.
Just
Yeah,
very
we do have a question. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, we do have a question. So they're asking what type of research projects do you take on, like in addition to the ones you've spoken about?
Okay, so we have a lot of sort of projects around the sort of programs of work that we currently do. So obviously the AMS work that we've got going in Africa, there's a lot of research coming out of those. But in addition to the kind of program work, we do a lot of advocacy work. So, for example, working with national pharmacy associations, finding out what their priorities are and what their challenges are, and kind of writing that into some advocacy papers, but also some sort of commentaries and various other kind of journal articles. We're writing one at the moment on the civil society forum that we've just run. So we've got a volunteer working on that. And we're writing sort of a paper around the sort of aspects that covered, which was around development of resilient health systems in small island and developing states. So it sort of touched on climate change a lot, but also the health workforce and disaster planning. So we're sort of writing up the recommendations that came out of that and some of the sort of background to it as well. But we kind of see what the priorities of our members are, and we'll try to make publications sort of around those. But if you've got ideas and stuff, then please tell us. We often have MPharm final year students working with us. We've had quite a few from Nottingham University and UCL, where we've kind of given them sort of mini projects. So one of them did one around the role of pharmacists in vaccinations in Africa, like just doing a survey to see like which countries were pharmacists vaccinated, or did they want pharmacists to be trained as vaccinators, and what were some of the challenges. So we do a lot of work like that. So if you do have a final year project or something, you can always suggest to your supervisors that you might want to kind of work with us. And if we've got capacity, we certainly find things for you to do.
Oh, thank you. Just briefly following on from that, you've touched on the final year research projects, but as it is a member organization like for qualified pharmacists, our membership comprises mostly of students and trainees. So aside from research projects, do you have any other ways that we can get involved that you can like signpost our members to in the work that you're doing with CPA?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you can definitely sign up as sort of the digital ambassadors. I mean, membership is open to students as well. I think the thing is our CPD courses are kind of designed for qualified pharmacists, but they are very much pitched at the sort of lower middle income countries. So we don't really sort of advertise them so much to kind of UK based pharmacists for that reason. But we often work with UK pharmacists in collaboration with some of the low middle income pharmacists to develop modules in a kind of partnership sort of approach. So yeah, definitely membership is not exclusive to pharmacists, and students are very welcome, and it's kind of minimal. It's sort of £20 across the board, just because we wanted to make it simple and affordable for everyone, really. I don't know if that helps.
Finally, I just wanted to ask, is there any key memorable moments through your journey working with this organization, or just generally working in the humanitarian side of things on that level? Is there anything that you could share with us today?
Memorable moments. Well, I won't share all my embarrassing ones, but I yeah, I think one of my most memorable moments was so during the pandemic we did quite a lot of work with pharmacists across the Commonwealth to try and like support them, and they obviously kept their doors open when everybody else shut theirs, and it was quite a scary time. And I know it was in the UK, but in a lot of countries we're working with, they didn't have the PPE, they didn't have the kind of systems in place that we have in the UK. So we tried to kind of keep morale up, and we did a lot of sort of webinars to sort of share best practices and things like that. And one of the things that came out of it was that we ran out of hand sanitizer in the NHS. I don't know if you knew, but we did. And we had to phone up our colleagues in Zambia and say, oh, we've been on a hospital visit with you and we've seen that you make hand sanitizer like on a daily basis. Can you teach us to do it? So literally they were teaching us how to make it because we needed more and we didn't have it. And the Commonwealth heard about this and they got really involved, and they sponsored us to sort of make a video so that they could kind of record how to do this and other people could use it. And then when I go up to Commonwealth events, so I was up at the palaces on Monday for Commonwealth Day. It's really put pharmacy on the map, because the Secretary General and King Charles, when I met him last year, they both said to me, pharmacists will never forget what you did in the pandemic. You are so critical to healthcare, and you kept your doors open when the world was frightened. You were there for them. And that kind of really, I don't know, it just made me really extremely proud of the profession and everything that they had done. But I was really glad that we could actually put that in front of influential people to sort of show them, look, this is what pharmacy can do, and don't forget us, because we often are, I feel like, the forgotten profession in a lot of health systems. So I think that's probably, yeah, my memorable story.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Victoria, it's been so lovely to have you. We've definitely gained a lot of invaluable knowledge from your experiences, and hopefully we feel a little bit inspired to take upon new opportunities and new roles as students and trainees. So I want to thank you for coming here and giving us some of your time. We're now going to continue on to a workshop that we have. So you're more than welcome to stay, or I'm sure you're quite busy, so it's completely up to you.
Thanks. I'm going to have to run off because I've got to pick up children and all sorts of things. But it's really nice to be able to be here. Thank you for inviting me, and good luck with all your studying, careers, and everything else. And yeah, do get in touch if you are interested in anything in particular. Okay, have a good rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Victoria.
Okay, guys, how are we doing? Do we need a quick 5-minute comfort break, or are we good to carry on? I think we're good to carry on, but I don't want to run a dictatorship, so I'll just wait. Okay, so as we've done a lot, we've heard from various different speakers on different ways that we can get involved with humanitarian pharmacy and just global pharmacy in general. So we just wanted to take maybe half an hour, 45 minutes to give you guys a short, quick guide to how to run a campaign, because it's something that if you do get involved in this kind of work, you'll probably be doing a lot of. Some of you probably have a vested interest in advocacy. So we just wanted to kind of equip you a bit better in running different kinds of campaigns, or just get your heads thinking. So for this, we're going to use Mentimeter. The code is just at the top of the screen here. So you literally just go to menti.com and use this code. And I haven't used Menti in a while, so I might need something. Let me just make sure that it is. Oh no, you guys need that. Hang on. Let me see. And then if I can just get a thumbs up in the chat box to see if you guys have managed to join on the Mentimeter, if I've actually started it. Yep, you guys are on it. Amazing. So this is our BPSA quick guide on how to campaign. So let's start first off with a very broad definition of what a campaign is. So to campaign means to work in an organized and active way towards a particular goal, typically a political or social one. But in our context, we also have health. So yeah, we're going to get you guys involved. So if you can, just in the response box, just list as many different types of campaigns as you can. It can be very broad, it can be very niche, but just to kind of get an idea of what you guys see a campaign is. By the day, yeah. Climate change, mental health, yes. Pride campaign, amazing. I think I've only got 4 of you guys on here, so I'm not as kind as our speakers were. I won't move on until I have more participation. Fundraising, yes. So a lot of, basically with these word clouds, if we've had multiple of the same, we have the words will come up a bit bigger. We've got awareness, yes, awareness campaigns. Just got added. Smoking cessation, yes. And those of you that are doing placements or working in community pharmacies, you might be running this as one of the pharmacy additional services. Diversity and inclusion, there's a lot of EDI work. It's been, people say it's a hot topic, or it's been a hot topic for the past couple of years, but there's been a lot of campaigning in the health sector, especially in tackling health inequalities and more. I think something just got added, but I missed it. Yes, health campaigns. Okay. Homelessness, awareness, yes. Addiction. No, I can tell this is definitely a room full of future pharmacists because we've got a lot of health interventions, which we love to hear. And hopefully you guys can brainstorm some ways of getting involved in campaigns. Let's go on to the next slide. So here we just have like another range of very broad types of campaigns. So I don't think it was mentioned before, but social media campaigns, obviously they can be very specific, they can be quite broad, and with the digital world that we're living in right now, they're a very effective way of campaigning. Political campaigns, protests, different movements, petitions, and all the ones that you guys mentioned previously. Some other historical campaigns that have led to a lot of legislation change and also changes in people's everyday lives, the suffragettes movement, the Stonewall riots, LGBTQ+ pride in 1970, climate change, and of course, Black Lives Matter, just to name a few. Some of our recent campaigns, which we talked about briefly in regards to the climate change campaign that we've been running with the BPSA, include the Black History Month campaign, LGBT History and Pride Month, climate change. We've also done a campaign on disability awareness, and we have some other campaigns that are planned for later on in the year, which you guys are more than welcome to get involved in, but also get involved with the climate change campaign. And while we're at it, make sure you guys have signed up for the RPS Climate Charter, and you can have a positive improvement on our planet. Now, we've talked briefly about different campaigns, but are you guys able to list examples of campaign tactics? You guys are also welcome to turn on your mics if you'd like to vocalize them. Yes, contacting MPs, marches, lobbies, social media, posters, yes. Propaganda, speeches. Social media, probably a very big one. Protests. Yes, traditional media, events, amazing. If I'm going too quickly, again, you guys can tell me to slow down, but this is a good baseline foundation on different types of campaign tactics. But to go into it a little bit further, you can look at it in different streams. So there's the learning and support. So you can find out who has been hit hardest, help the causes that they need, and then attend training to upskill, learn the important different issues, and find ways to center the voices of people affected in the issue that you're campaigning with. This is a very important thing to do, especially in the initial stages of a campaign. However, it's crucial to build it in throughout the duration of the campaign, because needs can change, or you might need to reassess what your focal point of that specific campaign is. So to organize and educate, hold various events online and in person, Zoom events, training, even holding forums, focus groups. They're also a very effective way of getting the information directly from the people that you're trying to help, and building that collective power and building their voices. Some of the ones you've mentioned were contacting MPs, but we've also got petitions, we've got fundraising and social media, which you guys have mentioned, visuals, protests, virtual days of action, disruption and non-violent action are also some methods that I employed in some various campaigns. And then we've got contacting people via emails, tweet, engaging with them using social media, but also engaging with them in person when you can. So we're going to have a brief activity. So I'm just going to do an introduction while Kieran sets up a couple of breakout rooms for the next couple of minutes. When you have your campaign, to simplify it, we've broken it down into 3 key areas that you need to focus on and you need to have a clear vision on so that you can carry out the campaign effectively. The first being the goal, which is the big thing that you want to achieve. You may have a number of different goals. You might have one key focal goal. It depends on the kind of campaign that you're doing. But if you have those listed and planned from the beginning, it's a very good way of planning for the remainder of the campaign. The objectives, so what you'd like to achieve with this goal, and the tactics, so the specific actions you do to influence your targets or achieve your objectives. I'm going to give you guys an example. So later on, we're going to move on and get you guys to do a quick plan of a campaign. But as an example, if we wanted to, as it's climate change month, if we wanted to do a campaign on reducing paper wastage in community pharmacy, and that being our main goal, we could then break it down and see, okay, what are the different things that we'd like to achieve by doing this? So an example would be raising awareness of the impact not recycling has on the environment and how much paper is disposed of and not recycled within community pharmacies. Obviously, this can extend to other pharmacy sectors, but we're just looking at community pharmacy in particular. Working with key stakeholders to improve and streamline practices, and also to kind of project what good practice is happening across on a national scale so that they can be employed on the ground, and find new ways for pharmacies to dispose of their paper waste and advocate for a transition to a more paperless system. So most of us, we're based in England, we do a lot of electronic prescribing, but in other areas of the UK, there's still a lot of paper prescriptions. So that is, again, something that we need to look at and tackle. So some example tactics that we came up with were educational resources, circulating petition, meeting and lobbying with key stakeholders, and that includes stakeholders within the pharmacy profession. But in this case, you might want to outsource it to specific organizations that work with waste disposal or recycling and handling of confidential waste and things like that. So that's just a very quick run through of some of the things that you could consider when planning your campaign. Kieran, have we got the breakout rooms ready?
Yes, we do.
Amazing. So we're going to split into 3 breakout rooms, and what we'll do is one of each of the hosts will go into a separate one with you. We've got our 3 policies that I'll also put in the chat that we're going to do. So the first one being, and these are our VPSA policies. So the first one being, the association believes that we should make a conscious effort to reduce our carbon footprint. The second, we believe that where possible, a diverse range of skin tones should be used in advertising for pharmacy. And the association believes that sanitary products should be made more accessible to all. So group 1 will cover the first policy, which is about reducing our carbon footprint. The second breakout room will be about diverse range of skin tones in advertising within pharmacy. And the final one will be about reducing period poverty, so distributing sanitary products and making them accessible to all. I think we're gonna open up the breakout rooms. Kieran is our Zoom wizard, so everything technology. It's Kieran. And what I'll do is I'll also is everyone in the breakout rooms already? Okay.
They're moving in.
They're moving in, okay. When you're in a breakout room, you can't see the screen, can you?
No.
Okay.
If you put it, I think you can send a chat with all of the policies in.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Let me just quickly do that while I'm still joining. Okay. So we just have Martina. Do you want to just hop in the breakout room? Perfect. And then Ramisha, which one do you, Ramisha, are you going into group 3 and I'll go into group 2?
Yeah. So are we working on the last one, sanitary product?
Yeah.
Okay. How have you said how long?
I'll put in 15 minutes.
Okay.
I think 15 is good.
Yeah, I'll put a broadcast into the rooms.
Okay. You going, Ramisha?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just making sure because someone had just
Okay.
joined, but
I've moved them.
okay.
Okay, I'm gonna head off.
Okay, so I think we've got everyone back in the rooms now, I believe, or just finishing joining up. How do you guys find that? I know it's a bit in the deep end, and I know it's the end of the day, but I hope you guys had brainstorming. Ramisha, do we have time to do feedback from each of the groups?
We could do a quick feedback.
Okay, let's do you want to, how do you want to do it? Should we get them to present it, or do you want the exec person to just do a quick brief down summary?
I mean, we could have someone from each team just like talk about what was shared, what was discussed.
Perfect. Okay, so group 1, whose topic was making a conscious effort to reduce our carbon footprint. I can have someone to just give a rundown. You don't have to have slides or anything like that. Put them back on the screen.
Feel free to put what we discussed in the chat as well if you don't feel confident speaking out loud.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Mhm.
Can you hear me? Yeah, so we spoke about events, doing social media posts. We spoke about creating videos. We spoke about like de-prescribing, polypharmacy. We spoke about obviously like carbon footprint and bringing like awareness towards that. I believe we spoke about like managing waste as well. Yeah, that is what I remember.
Debs, I think you're on mute.
I'm getting old, guys. What were some of the tactics you guys talked about?
Yeah, we spoke about like, social media posts, like creating videos. I believe we spoke about like events. And yeah, just along like that side. If anyone does remember anything that they did say, like put in the chat.
Amazing, thank you, Victoria. Climate change people, if you guys want to take some ideas from these guys, you're more than welcome to. Okay, so group 2, I'm sorry, I was really mean to you guys and forcing you to talk, so I'm gonna see if there's anyone that'd like to volunteer, even though I was a bit mean. And if you guys want, I can put up the quick summary that we typed if you need to. Where's my screen gone? Oh yeah, creating posters. Sorry, I missed that in the chat. Okay, just because we're a bit pressed for time and I feel like I was a bit mean to you guys, I'll just do a quick rundown. So our policy was the association believes that where possible, a diverse range of skin tones should be used within advertising. And someone made a very good point of, are we differentiating between like advertising as in general advertising or kind of like raising awareness in disease recognition? So overall, we said that one of the main focuses of or goals of the campaign would be diversity and inclusion. And although that still feels very broad, that is one of the main objectives. Some other things that were mentioned were making sure that people from various backgrounds were involved in the process to ensure representation across the board, enabling patients and professionals to recognize diseases and symptom presentation on a range of patients, which would in turn reduce incidences of medical diagnoses and hopefully reduce the health inequality that's faced from patients in different backgrounds. So there'll be some overlap in different tactics that we mentioned, but We spoke about posters, using social media, leaflets distribution within pharmacies. So that's targeted towards patients. So taking kind of like a two-tiered approach, not just for healthcare professionals, but also to enable and empower patients to also recognize these conditions on their own skin tones as well. Billboards, lobbying, so lobbying with various organizations, pharmacy stakeholders, and things like that, using emails and web pages, social media, and training, and so forth. So I'll quickly stop my screen share there. If anyone else had anything they'd like to add from the group, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, we'll go on to group 3, who are presenting about, okay. We've got a summary in the chat, so I'll read it for you guys. So the policy was the association believes that sanitary products should be made more accessible to all. And in summary, it's talking about sanitary products. It's potentially a sensitive topic in certain places, so it needs to be handled sensitively, but spreading awareness of the issue would help make it a more approachable topic. This could be done through social media, leaflets, posters, or even word of mouth. Such initiatives are usually grouping and funding themselves with like-minded individuals and groups, which I think is a very good and concise summary of how you could kind of tackle this policy or this campaign. And one of the key things, the reason why we wanted to bring it back to like a national and on the ground level is because these are things that you can either get involved with or plan and action at the stage of your pharmacy journey that you're at now, but gaining experience in doing these things will mean that you can carry those forward once you are qualified, or if you want to enter, the humanitarian world, or if you want to go into like policy and advocacy, you can develop these foundational skills whilst you're a student. Let me just, sorry, I have so many tabs open. How many more slides are there on this Mentimeter? Oh no, that's it. So yeah, thank you everyone. I'm going to hand over back to Ramisha. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. If you guys are interested in getting involved in campaigns or would like to know a little bit more, then feel free to contact myself or another exec on the team, and we can kind of guide you and you can get involved that way. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Debbie, for running the workshop. It was really interesting, and thank you for getting us all involved. It was quite nice talking with everyone and seeing how we can use our ideas and initiatives to work on some of our policies. Kieran, please, could you share the screen again? Okay, guys, so we have reached near the end of our conference. It's been so lovely to have you guys here with us today, joining in and participating and listening to our range of speakers. We would really be grateful if you it won't take too long, just to do a quick feedback of what you thought of this conference, any feedback for next time, and we'd really appreciate it. We'll give you a couple minutes and then, yeah, there's a couple more things just to say, and then that will be the end of the conference. So if you guys put a thumbs up if you've managed to scan the QR code. Thank you guys. I can see a few thumbs up. Got a question in the chat. We will try and see if we can send out the recording to you, or we might even upload it on our YouTube channel. We have a BPSA YouTube channel where we post a lot of the webinars that we've done. Karen, can we go to the next slide? So I just have a couple of thank yous. So firstly, I'd like to thank the speakers who have joined us today throughout the conference. It was so lovely to get so many different insights and so much experience that it's really been insightful for us all. So it's been great to have their involvement in our conference today. I'd like to thank you guys for sticking through, participating and staying through and listening to all of our different speakers. I hope you gained something from the conference today, and hopefully it fueled a passion for you. And maybe like you'd like to put yourself out there a bit more. I'd also like to thank Kieran and Debbie. Oh, you guys are lifesavers. Thank you for sticking through and for all your support throughout. I really appreciate it. I'd also like to thank the BPSA exec. You guys have been so helpful and supportive from organising the conference to supporting me, so I really appreciate that. I'd also like to thank my reps and liaisons for sharing and promoting the conference, and also my family and friends, especially my mum. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for attending. We will be sending out certificates of attendance for those of you who've stayed, and we'll send that out via email. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us. You can email us at BPSA executive email address, or we have our Instagram account. We also have LinkedIn and Twitter, so do give us a follow on all these platforms. So thank you guys very much for joining us today.